welcome. Today, we're just going to be working on a few more things for this. I guess it's boilerplate. Yeah, so we'll be working on a few last touch things here and there for it, as well as trying out a plugin that I haven't tried before. So we'll work on the search plugin. I think we may do that last, just so I can work through stuff that I already know how to do. Like the advanced SEO that I'm talking about is something that I've been trying that I haven't actually done like a real test for yet, and it's essentially like entity markup is kind of what has been talked about in SEO circles. It was a big deal when AI first came out and large language models talking about how LLMs grouped content and found content and categorized things. And so it was supposed to be the silver bullet to help you rank in LLMs, but it's debatable. We're not actually sure if it actually worked or if it was just kind of like, snake oil from SEO gurus. So regardless, we'll put it in there just because I like it. It's SEO related, tangential, adjacent. So we'll work through that, and then we'll work on the search plugin. And then I think we might try to build this. And I noticed just today, Railway launched a new, I guess not, they went to GA for their Metal, which is their own data centers essentially. So they're not working with AWS or GCP or anything like that anymore. They built their own stuff. So I was going to look into that and maybe deploy or at least store. I don't know what I'm going to do with this project. It's meant to just be cloned, but I want to make sure that it deploys. Otherwise, then what's the point of making it so it can be cloned? So we'll take a look at that at Railway for that, because if their pro plan is what I think it is, it may be cheaper than Vercel for even some of my other projects. So we'll take a look at that, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about... My music's probably a little too loud, huh? Oh, no, it's not. It should be fine. Let me know if the music's too loud. I can turn it down a little bit. Okay. I know how people feel about this music, but I also don't want to work in silence. Okay, so let's go ahead and do pnpm dev. And I'll go in and share what I'm thinking about doing. I can reload that. Let's take a look here. Perfect. Okay. So project loads up just fine. Good. Let's go ahead and go to our admin login, which should just auto log me in. And here in our posts, we have our future blog that we'll look at. And then in SEO, we have these about entities and entity mentions. So there's nothing in here right now, but what we can do is load this up. And what we're going to do as well is think entity lookup. I think it's this one in a new window. Do I have any? I do have a key in here. Dang it. Oh, well, this is not even the right project, because I have it where it's supposed to be in a Flask project. So even if you saw that key, it wouldn't matter, because that's not even the right one. All right. Open in this window. Any keys? Does not look like it. So either way, I can run. You can't see what I'm doing yet, but I will open this in this window so we can see it together. So here I just made a little tool in Python with Flask to be able to enter in any query, and then it'll return how Google, and I think I did Wikipedia already, see it. So if I type in something like puppy, I can see the results for puppy. And so this is what I'll use to make, okay, there's no puppy in with this. I wonder if it's a nickname or something. Anyway, so we can use this same as thing. So we're gonna say that this feature blog is, well, did I say, no, this is just a description. So we'll say that this is a thing, puppy, and it's the same as this link. And so what this does in theory is it tells search engines, LLMs, whatever you want to think about it, that when you see this page, it is talking about this thing, puppy. So everything you know about puppy, assign to this page. And so we can add another same as link here for the Wikipedia results, which here I will copy and paste and hit save. And so now we have our thing puppy for our entities. And now I try to keep it to where there's only one about, so the page is about one thing, but many things can be mentioned. So if this page were really about puppies, we could do dog food, because we might mention dog food. So here I can add an entity mention, it's a thing, it's dog food, and it's the same thing as this link here. And then we'll do the same thing over here with Wikipedia. And then we now have an error. Caused by write conflict during plan execution is yielding is disabled. Please retry your opportunity. Weird. So if I exit this, it's saved. Okay, publish changes. All right, that was weird. All right, but so that's one mention. But we may also talk about leashes. Let's do dog leash just in case. Dog leash. Let's see what this comes up with. So when I clicked on this, it came up with this as the actual result. So that's not what we're looking for. Maybe I can just do leash. Okay, yeah, so this works. We have leash, which is a thing. Let's see if this breaks things again. So thing, leash, add same as, and we have a, I assume this is the same. All right, and then we can hit save. Nothing broke. Very good. So let's go ahead and end our Flask session to make sure that we're not using too many resources. And then we can take a look at the API result. So what this is going to do in our meta is include an SEO about and SEO mentions fields. And so now I'm going to be able to take each of these objects in the array. So this is an array, but this is going to have, should have had another one, thing leash. Oh, I didn't publish changes. And I go to the API, content, meta, don't need image. So we have about, which is the one about, and then we have two SEO mentions. So here we'll take a look at actually rendering these things. So where we want to render this though is not in like the actual like object itself. So we're not going to go to the article or anything. We're going to go to our add article schema that we already created. So we're going to come to our schema index and we have add article. And so I call this advanced SEO, but let's be honest, it's probably just vapor. But in here we have our article schema. So this is schema.org. And in blog posting, we should, in properties of creative work, we have about, and we also have mentions. So this tells us that this schema can be extended, though Google may not look at it. So again, take all of this with a grain of salt. Google may not care that you have about and mentions in your schema, but we're going to do it anyway. So we're going to have mentions and then about, and all of this is coming from the post. So we should be able to do post.meta.seo mentions.map. And then we're going to do, for each mention, we're receiving an object. I think I'm doing this right. And for that object, if we go to mentions, we can actually see how this is done, maybe. We cannot. But that's fine, because what we have is going to be a type, which is going to be mention dot. Here we're just going to explicitly say the type if it would import correctly, which it did not. So import type entity SEO, which is actually wrong. Oh, that's right. It would have been fine if I did things right. So we have mention.type, and then we're going to have, so this is already the wrong thing, but we have name and then, so let's go ahead and I believe I need to get rid of these and do one of that. One of these. There we go. So now we have our type, and then I put these in the API how they're supposed to be written. So let's take a look at that right quick, which is not there. So we have name, type, yes, okay, and then we can then do same as. We mentioned same as, but then we then again need to map and just bring in our link, which returns our source, which is actually going to be link dot source. Perfect. So all of that should look good, and then we should just be able to do the same thing here, where instead of mentions, we can do post meta. This needs to be about. We can do about, and then in here, type is going to be our about dot type. Name, about name, and then same as, about, same as map, link, link source. Great, so now I can save this. And then we're going to go to our localhost 3000. And then if I go to, I think this is going to be the wrong one. Future blog is the one that I actually want. No errors, that's always promising. And then we can inspect. And then if we look down in our schema scripts down here, that's a lot. So we'll do article, here we go. So now we have in here, let's not even try to look at this. Let's just go straight to the schema validator. And so we're going to take this code snippet and paste it in here and run test. So now we can see that there's the type of the article, the headline of the article, the image, when it was published and when it was modified. And then here, I just see author. So did I update the wrong future blog? Well, that should have worked. Article, Oops. Okay. So I just had to refresh, it seems. Let's find the right one. There we go. That looks to be the appropriate size now. Now, I can run a new test, do the code snippet, run test. So now if we go through here, we have the article body, and then we see that it mentions type dog or type thing, name dog food, and then the same as links that we did. And then it mentions, again, thing leash, and then it's about a puppy. So all of that looks good. We can also do our structured data validator. If I can remember which one it actually is. Structured data validator. And here I can still do it in the rich results test because it's recognizable schema. The only thing is that Google is not going to recognize it in its SERPs. So if I open up this, we can see mentions are shown here. So it's at least recognizable by search engines. And this is, again, in a perfect world, ideally, it's saying that this article is about dog food, or sorry, this article is about a puppy, and it mentions dog food and leashes. So logically, I guess it does make sense that search engines and large language models would look at that and say, well, yeah, I guess you're right. So I will mark these as that. And now I'm going to get my computer on the charger, if I can figure this out. One second. There we go. All good now. Cool. So that's that. Now we can go and look at our search plugin because that's enough of this. So we got that all done. And now we're going to go to our to-do list and get rid of that because that's done. Now let's mess with the search plugin. So, oops. This should be fun, where we're going to take the search plugin and we're going to install it. And then when this installs, we're going to have to go into our package.json. And I'm going to upgrade everything, I think, to 3.18 because I think that's as far as I've done it in my tutorials. So let's take all this 3.16, 3.18.0, replace all. I see payload. I don't see plugin search show up. Okay, that was weird. Then we can do PNPM after we find the plugin. Any second now. Oh, I already had search installed. All right. Apparently it's been a day. Okay, so now we are up to date. We can run pnpm dev. And let's take a look at this. So we're going to go to our plugins in the payload config. And then in here, oh, there's another thing that I wanted to do before we get to this. Or maybe, I don't know yet. Let's take a look. We have favicons, whatever. Here, I wanted to see if there was, yeah, generate using code. I should props. Yeah, because I want to work on getting our favicon working that's not in our layout.txt, because I don't necessarily want to use the head here unless I have to, because I think the only thing I have in here is my icons and then an RSS. Oh, then the href, which with this exists now, so I can do get server-side URL. Do I even have that in this? I don't remember making this for this project. Oh, I guess I did. Get URL. Yeah, we're okay. All right, and then we can do, what is it? Posts / feed. Let's make sure. Oh no, blog feed. Yeah, so let's change this to blog. Href. So what is this trying to tell me? So we can go to inspect, we can go to our head, and then we can see where's our links? Link canonical, okay. Link. Okay, so that's all right. I don't know what this is trying to tell me. So cannot resolve directory, but I see it live right there. All right, anyway. So maybe we don't do this quite yet. But let's just take a look. Returns. So I guess it needs an icon file. Generate, okay. In addition to using literal image files, you can programmatically generate icons using code, generate an app icon by creating an icon or Apple icon route that default exports a function. Okay, so I should be able to use an API for this. So but do I want that? Oh, hey there. Just struggling through some things right now. I don't want my icon to be in the head tag here in my layout, because I don't think I've ever seen another project with layout with the head in it. But I could be wrong. Here, let's find our routing. I guess I don't need to do that. Let's just look up layout. So I'm in between right now. So I worked on some advanced SEO stuff. You can go back and watch that. And then I'm working on next part. I'm going to go to the search plugin, and then I'm going to try and build the project to make sure nothing fails. HTML. But right now, so I'm just kind of like taking a detour because the head tag here is bothering me. And I just want to see, because I don't think there's any, it just goes HTML then body. So I don't want the head tag to be here at all. But then also, I want to make sure that we can do both a light mode and dark mode. favicon. Why is that so hard for me to say? All right, so let's take a look at our icons. So here we're going to, it looks like it's just in the app folder, which for us is here. So we can do a new TypeScript file and do icon.tsx, which does it for me. And then we're going to import image response from Next.js. Export const size. We'll do the 32 by 32 here. And then we're going to, this is going to be an image / webp export default function. Function icon. Then here we'll return a new image response where we should be able to do image, I believe. So we'll need to, get out of here, Siri. Let's go ahead and end my server real quick. All right, export default async function. And then we're going to import get payload from payload, import config promise from payload config. And then here we'll do const globals set to, not quite, we're going to do const payload is equal to await dot get payload config promise. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, let me do this too. Can do some soft wrapping here so it's more readable. I forgot that I set that up. Oh, excuse me. Feeling a little stuffy today, apparently. All right, and so in this, we'll then get our, we're going to get all of our globals, and we're going to do payload dot find global. We got our slug, which is going to be our global settings. We're going to select, though, I believe it's logos, which I'm doing this wrong. Logos to true. And this needs to be await. And so actually, one other thing that needs to happen is this actually needs to be get cached global. Do I need to do? All right, so what's this function doing? The slug, okay. So this needs to be, wait a second. How am I doing this elsewhere? So I know I'm getting this from, I'm gonna do me a search everywhere real quick and hopefully not expose any secrets. Because this should also be used in our schema, which it looks like it is. So let's go there. Oh, but it's not quite because I ended up moving it up a level. So if we search again, we can see how it's done elsewhere. Here's one, okay. Oh, let's just steal this. Okay, we got our globals, and now we're going to get our const light mode icon, and this is going to be an image. It's going to be media, actually. Media from payload types, and that's going to be set equal to our globals.logos.square logo. And just set it to as media. And then we'll do dark mode icon and do dark mode square as media. All right, so first we'll just start here with this image response, because I don't know if this is going to work, but we can do our, I forget what this environment variable is called. Give me 1 second. Environment variable, it's my Cloudflare bucket. Not that that's a secret by any means, but I'm not going to show you the rest of them. So now we'll do Cloudflare bucket and then light mode icon dot file name. Do process.env, and then we can do our light mode icon dot alt description, and then we'll set our own width 32 and our own height also to 32, and we'll do a non-null assertion there because it'll always have an alt description. So now this is the light mode version, so I should be able to delete that. Let's not fully delete it, and then spin up our server. All right, so we go back here, and let's take away the dark mode version 2. Cannot pass image to string on the server. Image response JSX element. So let's take a look at the image response API. At least I think so. Oh, okay. Well, so this tells me, if I had read the docs a little bit more closely, you cannot generate a favicon icon. Use icon or a favicon.ico file instead. And so icon is just a link . Yep, so you have to add your own image. And so I want to do it dynamically, and I can only do that apparently through the head tag here. So I wonder if I can still add a title. Directory. Here, let's wrap this too. Okay, well, it wasn't exactly a waste of time, but it wasn't the best time that I've had. So we have our global settings. So we're getting a couple of errors here, but they all work. I mean, I guess they're not even errors, it's just warnings, I suppose. But okay. So let's go ahead and delete this icon.tsx. That was a nice little diversion there. Now we can go over to the search plugin. So let's take a look at what we have here. So that's going to be not in layout, not in get globals, not in schema. Not in social section. We do have this other component that we haven't looked at, which we will need to before we build, so we'll come back to it. But I have, at least I think I still have it. Oh, it's going to be an app component. And then it's going to be, I believe, a nav. Yeah, I have sticky banner. So this is a banner that sticks to the top of a page. But I think I'll still review it, but that's going to be for later. So let's go ahead and add that. It's going to have to be done before building. So we'll do to do fix up sticky banner. All right, so now keep me focused here. We're going to work on the search plugin. So now we can get rid of blog, converters, package.json, this component, this render block, sticky banner. I've got so much open. All right, so payload config is where we need to be. And then we're going to come down to our plugins, which I think I've already got the bare bones in. I do indeed. And so there's going to be a few things here that I think need to take place. So first, I don't think I have anything in search fields, and I don't think I have anything for before sync. So let's go ahead and stop our server, and we're going to uncomment all of this. Okay, so it's really just search fields that I don't have. I don't have a field overrides in a search. So collections, that means search is at the same level as collections. It is indeed. All right, field overrides. So I do have one. It just, I guess, wasn't receiving anything. All right, so that's promising. I'll walk through if that works, or even if it doesn't work, we'll walk through what just happened. But for now, we need a way to get the search to be done. So we created the plugin, great. So what that does for us right now is if I go to pnpm dev and log in, eventually, there's this search results collection that's been added. So I'm going to move this though, but so there's an error. Oh, let's do payload generate import map. And then also what we're going to do is search override. We're also going to do our admin group, not forms. We'll do it in admin. So that just moves where the search results fall. Oops, that was wrong. pnpm dev, reload again. All right. So now if we go back to our collections, we can now see search results is in here. It is a global. Now I can open up about, and that means that that's the about page, the portfolio page, and then our home. So that means that those are the only searchable pages right now. But if I go to pages, I have more than just that. And I want to include posts as well. So I should be able to here do collections, do posts and pages, if this works like every other plugin. So far, not so good. All right, so collections, we have posts and pages. Yeah, that's right. Before sync. So a lot of this I haven't seen yet, so I don't know if this was something that I copied over or is something that I wrote. I don't think I wrote this, but this before sync. I don't see any place to add other than, so it's got the categories, which is fine. That's what I want. Here, let's do payload generate types. PMPM dev. Oh, there's reindex up there. That's probably what I need to do. So what we're making is a, so this is just it's really just a sample project. So I want to use that as a boilerplate that I can use to clone for future projects. But what we're doing right now is just working with Payload CMS's search plugin. I just need to get this to a place that is deployable, and we're almost there. So right now, just working on getting our search results seen. So reindex all collections. There we go. Since I added a collection, now all of that's in there. So we can see columns. We should be able to see slug, categories, the meta, and all that stuff. So perfect. All right, so now we go back to our search plugin. Default priorities. I don't really care about that right now. We're already using the search overrides. We already grouped it into the admin, which is where I want it to be. So now we just need a way to serve it on the front end. So we're going to use that tab that I just closed, and we're going to go over to the website template. So this is where I go for any working example that I need. There's actually in here not just the website, but I think it's in the plugins. No, sorry. There's templates, but then there's examples. And so you can see like live actual working examples of most of these things. So I don't see search here, but I do know that the website template does have search because we can see it right there. So we will go to our components, which should have search somewhere in here. If not, we can search. Not what I wanted. So I imagine this is going to be something in like the, oh, there's search. So we have our search component, which is using a few things here, which I think we actually already have written. So let's just copy this search component, which I already have. All right, so no errors there. Then we can do, we already have before sync and we have field overrides. So now we just need to put the component somewhere. Let's put it in the footer for now, just because. I need that for a different video. So we can take this one, localhost 3000. We'll take a shorter page, which contact is short. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll add that component into our footer. Components. That is not the right components folder. So some of this is a project that I just carried over. I copy and pasted, so some of the naming doesn't really make sense. I try to update it as we go, but I can't get everything. So we're going to import our search from our search component. And then let's put it above the social media section. So we'll do our search. Is that all it needs? It gives me a nice little 404 there. Oh, it automatically brings it to search, so that's probably not what I'm looking for. Oh, it is. But if I search for... Okay, so for some reason the text is white, but... Interesting. Okay, so this is why we do this. All right, so that's not quite right. Let's go back to the template here because we're going to use this somewhere. And it's going to be used in our localization, websites, payload type, search component, search. So I wonder, do they have a page that's just search? Yes, they do. All right, so we'll do that too then. So we can come and do, though I would really like to have the ability to just have like a search icon. We can come back to that here in a second though. So if we go to pages, we can then go to this here where it's our pages group and do search. And then like most good things, I'll just copy this because I don't think I need the page client. Nope. Okay, so we take search, we do a new tsx file, which will be called page, hit add, and then, so a lot of this is Tailwind. And a lot of it we need to update. All right. So let's just get something working here. So we don't need our page client. We don't need our card. Get rid of page client. We got our search there. Perfect. Now if I hit save, all right, so now this could probably be our, we have a card. But we need to do posts.docs.map. We'll do post. And for each post, we'll do a card that takes post. And then we need a key, which is going to equal post dot Okay, so post is not quite right. Docs.map. Take post. So it's not post ID. No, it is post ID. Okay. Now what's its problem? What's it complaining about? Okay, so that returns everything. Hello. No results found. Okay, so then we can do future blog. Future blog. Okay. So then, of course, the card's not going to actually do anything for me because I think it's only taking... I don't know what it's taking, so very interesting. All right. Regardless, we see we have all of our posts there, which I don't think that's exactly what it's supposed to be doing, but it is what it's doing right now. So, but I can type in things and it does what it needs to do. So the search is kind of working. So if I go to Payload CMS.com, well, they use, so there's this search here, which is Algolia. So they don't actually use that, their own search plugin there, which is fine. They don't have to. But that means my search isn't going to be like a pop out unless I really truly design it like that. And that seems like a little bit more effort than it's worth. But what I can do here is instead of passing in this post, I can do title, post.title, post.description. So description, I guess, would just be meta description. Weird. And none of these get the description either. So if I go to card, this is not my card. It's the Payload's card. Well, duh. Okay. Components. Try this again. Postcard, okay. And then we come down here. We'll just do as card so I don't have to replace something. Description is definitely not part of this. Then let's change this again to be our post. Invalid time value. Okay. Always something. So if I go to our posts, I'm not selecting everything, I assume. Yes, I'm not. So let's go ahead and get our updated at and our created at. Yep, there we go. Set that to true. Get rid of those. Payload. generate types. See if this works. Does not seem like it. All right, so there's something going on with the dates within the card. General date, post date. So what just happens if I get rid of that for now? And so we also want to then include our image. All right, so we're getting links for everything. All right, so if we go to our posts, it's got a reload, of course. We go to our future blog. Oh, we have all of our meta. So I think then we need to add so doesn't card have an image in it? So set this there, image object, post content image, post content. Oh, so it's going to be content that I need up here in the select. So if I do content, set that to true, we should then receive everything we need. All right. Still general date format. Use general date. Then we can go to where we're returning. General. Oh, and format date. Show usages. And utils format date. Utils format date. It's good we're finding all these errors, right? Right? All right. Invalid time value. So I wonder if just something doesn't have a date attached to it. So let's go back to all of our posts. They all have dates. Do all of our pages have dates? No. So I think that's where the issue is coming in. So in that case, we can go back to our format date, and it's not this. We just need to do okay, no, it's not that. So general date. So we could do if general date All right. I don't understand. So let's go ahead and undo all of that. We'll come back to it. For now, we will just remove the date. Or, better yet, we can do post.date. See if this works. It does indeed. Perfect. All right, so we're still not getting any images. Let's see what we get if we open this up. We've got our cards with just a title. So what's really happening here is I'm trying to retrofit a component that doesn't really fit my project. So we're going to keep working on it, but this is saying that this needs to specify only known properties. Content doesn't exist on search select, which means that it's a config issue. But is it though? So we have, because I don't want to search on the field, but maybe I do. But honestly, I don't think I can. So thinking through how to get an image. So we could, just to test things out, make sure, well, we're not getting content though, that's the thing. So if I were to just do an image tag, and just to make my life easier, let's just do image. And then we can do source, because we're not going to get, well, I could do meta dot image. I'm going to get a type error doing this, but that's okay. Dot image dot file name. And then this will then be process.env.cloudflare bucket. There we go. All right, so one error. We need to add a key, but fine. We have all of the images there. But can I do content? Maybe it is just image. Okay, so we go here. And then we're going to go into our content, which has nothing. then our hero, which has something. So if we do our API, we have hero image. So there are a few things that we need to fix. So first things first. So if this is true, and then we can do, well, I'm only getting, oh, it's our collection of search. So then if we go to, let's look at our search results, API result. So this is, oop, lost our music. So the only thing that's shared with everything is the meta image. Hold on. Cheap cables. There we go. All right, so what we do then is we leave it with meta. We come here, we do post.meta.image file name. We can fix the type later, and we get all of our meta images. Of course, they're all the same because I'm not a very creative person. But now what we can do is change this to be an image object. Instead of source, we can just do that. And then image object, missing ID, updated it and created that, but those should be fine. All right, so those are back in. This needs to only show up though if post.meta.image and type of post.meta.image does not equal string. And then, so that should be good. And then down here, instead of card, we can just do, I don't even want to do an H1. We can just do a paragraph. And this needs to be wrapped, and we'll say a fragment, which means that this then needs to be wrapped in a pair of curly braces. Then here we can do our post.title. Let's do our soft wrap again. And now we see our title included. So what we'd have to do is create our own cards for this, which isn't the end of the world. It's not too difficult to do. If we were to just do it would be a main. So we can do a main and then do class name. Oh, not even a main. Let's do we have a grid. Which does a grid for me, which this is only, I think, yeah, so this is taking up just 2 of the cells that I have available to me. So that would be something that I have to address here, which can I do I have a class name in my, I do indeed. So we can do something like classes dot image, and then class name classes dot title. Then we can come to our search page. And since I'm not using any Tailwind yet, I can just use a new style sheet and do index.module. And then we can do, what do I have? I have, well, first, let's import classes. That's not right. From there we go. Then we have our image and title. Image, title. Let's go ahead and put this over to the right half and do, so it's column span, I believe. No, column. So that's not right. It's shoot. Column. No, grid columns maybe? Grid column. Span. Sure. And then I do the same thing down here. Do grid column span 1. Sure, just to get us started. Oh, whoops. Okay, interesting. So let's do 3, and I've got 12, so we can just do maybe like 6 and 9, or 6 and 3 makes 9. That looks good-ish. Then we can do, I don't know if this actually will work like I want it to. It will not. But regardless, we're starting to see things. But the problem is that the grid is on the inside, so the grid needs to go outside of the map. So I can do grid there, grid, then a grid here. And then I think oh, I'm ruining everything here. So let's just bring you here. New. Control X. Control V. All right. Throwing myself off here. So we need to do our grid here, which then ends, no, that's actually not where we need to do our grid. We need to do it here. Which then that needs to close here. And then perfect, hopefully. Oh wait, I need to delete this other grid. Now it's a grid inside of a grid. Delete that grid. Delete this grid. All right, I need to take a look at how this actually looks. this needs to go away. So in this grid, we need post.docs.map. And then we do post. So I think then that means that this goes like this. All right, so I'm just trying to rewrite this out now instead of trying to like make it work. So we've got our post, which then opens up to be checking then if post dot get rid of this. So then we don't need this because we want to check post dot post dot meta dot image and type of post dot meta dot image dot type of and then we do our image object. We put there, which I believe we then need to add a key. Not quite. So now, all right, one other thing needs to change because this needs to have one specific parent element, which in our case is going to be a div. Okay. I think I ruined something again. All right, so we're back. So then we can do our div, not dib, div. And in this div, we will have our key, which will be our post.id. Then we'll do our image object, where we're going to check then post meta.image and type of all of that does not equal string. And then that's going to be our image object, like so. We'll take a look at this in just a second. But that should be right, and then we should be able to use our paragraph text here, which will do class name classes dot title, and then in our image object, hey there Jan, class name, oh it's already there, classes dot image. Okay. Oh wait. So that should not be a necessary question mark. Oh, does not equal string. There we go. So then all of this should be unnecessary. And then we need to close off our curly brace. Man, did I do all of that for essentially nothing? Yes, it looks like it. Let's see what happens. Unexpected div here. right, I'm starting to hit a dead end here. Only got a couple more minutes before I'm going to wrap this up. But if we do Okay, that's right. And then we've got that closes there. That opens there. There we go. There it is. Interesting. Let's add our post.title. All right, so now it's taking up one cell each because the div is what I need to Can I do a fragment here? Yes, okay. So that's what I don't really want, actually, because that still doesn't wrap anything over. But actually, so let's go back here. There we go. All right. So if we were to do 3 and 3 or even 3 and 2, we'll leave it at 3 and 3. Oop, 3 and 3. Yeah, I don't love that, but we could do that, and then if I get rid of 3 on the title, can 3 fit? Is that what happened? Yeah. So it kind of can. It would wrap. But now, yeah, wait. So let's just do. So what I would like to do is have the paragraph show up at the bottom. So what we could do is change this fragment to a div, I believe. Nope, so let's leave this as a fragment and then add div in here. So then here we can do class name, classes. I have given up on names right now. So let's just do the div. We can do grid, column, span, 3, display, flex direction, column. So that's what I want. So now we have each of these. Then does this actually even need? It does not. All right. So now each cell takes 3. So 3, 6, 9, 12 takes up 3 rows of a grid of 12. And then it now will use its flex direction to make it into a column instead of a row. So then last step here, if we were to do, content container, which I think actually needs to come on the outside of grid. So wrap our grid in that. This should set the max width with some padding. Well, it does set the max width, but it does not do the padding, because that is done with our section container, which wraps all of that. There we go. So let's make sure that this works. Now, if I search for future blog, that's all I get. And so, of course, there's some spacing stuff around here that I need to work on. But overall, oh, there's no link for any of these either. So let's see. Can I do link instead of a fragment? See what happens. Okay. Do href. Do slug. Now the problem with this is that it's going to work for some things, but it's not going to work for blogs without doing some conditional rendering. So we will save that for another time. So we'll do, but just so I know where I'm going to be landing here, we can do our link, href, and then really, you know, it shouldn't actually be that difficult if we do, so here we can do, I don't think I have the config coming in, or the type. So let's just, for right now, just return our post.slug. Oh, and then instead of div, I think this can just be our classes div. Get rid of our div here. Okay, great. That's a link. None of the links will work, but if we log posts, just want to take 0. Yeah, so it doesn't return the collection type. So let's see real quick. Do they address that collection archive? Well, this is pretty intense. So we'll come back to this. But if I look at this here, I see just one imported type. All right, so a few things need to happen then. Ooh, just hit myself in the ear and now I got a ring in. All right, so we will continue to work on this, but what we're going to do, search plugin collection slugs to link out to. And then what we're going to do though now is, so we can get rid of search plugin, finish designing search page. And then I think we can fix up the sticky banner really quickly because I don't think there's going to be anything that really needs to be done. And then we can try building, and then we can call it quits as soon as I find nav sticky banner. So that's obviously wrong now. We have rich text, which is right. I don't need that though. So that shouldn't have broken anything there. And then index. That looks fine to me. And then here, that looks all good too. So now, just to show what this is doing, we can go over to our global settings. Then we can create a new sticky banner, test. This is a test banner. Okay, if I hit save, we can come here. I need to add it then to my layout because it's going to be something that's on every page. Layout.tsx. Oh, hold on. Got to save my globals first. Now if I refresh, now I can see a test banner placeholder. That can go away. Now I see this is a test banner. We can close that. We refresh. It comes back because I don't have it taking from preferences or cookies or anything. It's just really simple. So lastly now, let's try to build this project and see what we need to work on. So build. And now we wait. Let's move my face out of the way here. All right, so it's because I don't have my pages set up. So that's in blog. You know, I should do this. All right, so this is gonna needs to be posts. So what I could do is just take this template here. So not quite this, but replace this. And instead of not page template, well, it's still page template, but we're going to take this from our blog, not slug, just the blog page, which should be the index page. So that's just going to use a template to hopefully just let me bypass the next build problem. I don't want to set up pagination right now, especially since I just want to call it quits here in a minute, but type blog props, blog p, page.tsx. Okay, well, since I don't want to set this up right now, let's just delete this. I have an example of it elsewhere, so we'll be okay. Oh, I got so many things open now. So this fix up sticky banner, which we just did, we're trying to build blog pages, blog page.tsx. So now we have, this is the problem, params, promise, and then blog props. Do I even use params up here? I don't. All right, and so blog props then here needs to be this. So I can just copy all of this. Then we needed params, promise, wait, params, promise. And this doesn't even use params anyway. So I don't think I needed any of that. Let's try the next one. So here, try building out. Then to do pagination for blog posts. This is in media. This is why you don't just copy and paste a project unless you know it's going to work completely. So all of this was just one big refactor job, and it's been driving me crazy. So this isn't even used anywhere. Oh, it is. Okay. Try it again. Okay, rich text. We're making good progress, I think. Rich text. Lexical, which I don't think this is used anymore. Serialized lexical. It's only used in itself, so I should be able to get rid of that, because I don't think I brought this anywhere. I believe it is all done separately, so let's go ahead and delete this. Okay. Rich text lexical index.module, which I think I just deleted. Rich text, no, lexical converters, okay. Converters, text converter. All right, so I gotta undo that real quick. just get rid of these. Move you to our rich text folder, refactor. Now get rid of lexical. Okay. Hopefully we're making it. We're not. Till types. We're kind of making it. We made it through all of our components. Don't need this here. So most of these aren't even used anymore. All of them probably aren't used anymore, but I'm going to keep the ones around. And so what I'm doing now is I'm just trying to get this to build, so if I were to deploy it, it would just go immediately. So now app utils type. This is where I'm at, right? Has no exported member rich text type. Oh, content with media. Okay. And then once I get through this list of things that need to be fixed, then we will wrap up. And then on the next one, we'll talk about more search plugin things, including designing the page, working on the collection slugs to work out, and all that. So color. This I know that work. I know this works. So client index. So I don't think I have this installed anymore. Can I do CMS, rich text lexical should have it. It does indeed. Let's see if the server has anything that needs to be adjusted. Nope. Okay. So try that again. And so here with how I'm troubleshooting this, like this would be happening if I were to try to put it onto Vercel. But so I don't have to deal with this if I were to deploy it. I'd rather just knock all of these errors out of the way instead of trying to send a bunch of builds to a DevOps site. So now it looks like we're generating sites. Our about page is having a hard time reading link type. So that's going to be in here. And it looks like where would link type be? Link type, okay. So anywhere that we have link type, we will, well, not in the nav though, because we know that that's working right now. Buttons, buttons, those are types. Cards here, okay. component, so it should be working in the footer as well. And then we have our CTA button. And that should be all good. So we'll try this again. We're only going to, I think if this fails again on our page builds, we'll just call it tonight. It's been almost 2 hours and I've gone for about 15 more minutes than I thought I was going to. So we will see how this goes. Assuming good things. Sending good thoughts. Good vibes only. We almost made it. And if you know me by now, that's not the end. Because we're making progress, and that's what's important. Internal link, internal link, internal link. Weird. So all of these internal links, except for this one here, has a question mark after it to check it. All right, so let's take a look real quick at PM dev. I'll do left half there, right half here. Go to our portfolio. Eventually. All right, so portfolio. Content. Okay, add button. Okay, so we won't include that button or that button. That button there. And we'll just make sure if we fail on the same page, we'll end it. But we'll see. So next steps after this, again, yes, the search plugin, make sure our collection slugs can link out. I think the search is going to be valuable. We'll finish designing it as well. We'll want to do pages for our blog posts. Right now we're working on building and checking for errors. If this continues, which it did, we'll also pick that up next week as well, because this shouldn't show up again. Oh, I hate this kind of stuff. All right, so we will try building and checking for errors. Internal link seems to be where we're getting caught up on. Reading internal link as undefined. Just disable buttons, perhaps. So we will try that out next time. So I'll be streaming again on Wednesday. But I am tired. I'm done. My brain is fried. I do have a new tutorial video coming out tomorrow where we continue talking about SEO topics with Payload CMS and Next.js using the SEO plugin. I'm working on custom component tutorials right now, so I'm excited to get those out. They're currently in writing. So we will, I'll get that out as quickly as possible. But this wasn't too bad of a stream. Yes, of course, we're ending kind of on a down note here, but at the end of the day, a couple of failed builds isn't going to ruin some good work. We talked about some advanced SEO topics with something that may or may not matter. We worked through a favicon thing, trying to get that rendered through not the head tag, but that's fine. It's there. It works. It's in the layout. It's fine. And then with what else do we do? We got the search plugin working. It's roughly functional. We don't have links to it yet, so we'll do that on the next one, and we'll continue working through our build here. So make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Make sure that you see when I go live, when I release new videos. I'm talking about Tailwind CSS soon as well, so I'll be tying that into some of my projects. So if you enjoyed this, like it, share it with people, and until I hear from you, drop things in the comments. If you have suggestions, questions, anything like that, I'm happy to listen, to hear from you, and I'm honored to always have some comments on these live streams as well. But if I don't hear from y'all, I'll see you on Wednesday when I stream again. See y'all later. Hey everyone, welcome. It's a good night to struggle through some code. So I tried to finish up this project Monday. When I was it's just supposed to be a boilerplate. It's not anything super intense, but I've just been having a hard time getting everything like set up right, and that's because I don't know why I did it this way, but I decided to just copy a project that was already running and then try to like reformat it, refactor it down into something that's a little bit more repeatable, more manageable. So I've learned a lot in the process, but at the same time, like, I could have saved myself a lot of grief if I just, you know, kept the concept of just starting from scratch. But we're getting there. I'm trying to get adjusted here. But we're almost done with this one. What we're going to do today is I want to keep trying to get this to build without any errors. That way it can be something that's deployed. But right now, whenever I run pnpm build, as soon as that loads up, so it's doing its optimization, production build, then it's compiled successfully, and then it goes into the SSG part of things. Still, so far so good. It's gonna generate static pages for a couple of them, and then it's gonna fail. And so it fails typically on the about page, which is what I've been seeing, and for some reason it's failing on internal link. But if we go to our pages, if I load up first pnpm dev and then reload and let this do its thing. So if we go to the about page, there's nothing in here that is using the internal link, but I guess the problem is coming from, this is the hero. If I go to content, there's going to be these portfolio objects, and none of them have buttons anyway. So if I just take the include button out, I'm wondering if that's going to help. And this is something that I could have done on the last stream, but it was getting late and I didn't want to mess with it anymore. So let's see if this helps at all. We're going to try pnpm build again, and then hopefully this works. But also, I saw Payload has released 3.27. I need to do an upgrade guide for that. It's been a while since I have. I don't even think, I think this project's still on 3.18. So if I go to package.json, yeah, 3.18. Oh, so it looks like this did just fine. So it's built. We can see we have static and then a couple of dynamic pages. It looks like the dynamic pages are our search, and then our API. And hey, there's some GraphQL stuff in here. Let's disable GraphQL because I don't use it. So I'm going to go to payload config. I think it's in admin. I may have to look up where it is again, but I'm pretty sure it's in admin where I may already have GraphQL somewhere. So it may not be admin. GraphQL, I can just do disable true. Not that that's going to do anything right now because I'm not going to rebuild, but now if I do next start, and that's not even what I wanted to do, but it worked. So we can do localhost 3000 and we can see everything is statically generated, but don't have any blog content apparently. So we'll look at that in just a second. But then if I go to search works, and then I can do home. Yeah, so we're going to come back to this where I need to link some stuff differently. Apparently I also have our console log. So a couple things need to happen. First, let's go to our admin login and see what happened with our posts. They're all there. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Let's fix one thing at a time. Let's go to our our search. So we need to go to our search page because I still have a console log in here. So we're going to comment that out and let that refresh. And so now I won't get a console log every time I go to search. So now localhost search. Oh, it's going to do a console log because I'm on a built thing. All right, so now we're not seeing any of our blogs on this page. And let's see why. So first, let's get a soft wrap and then get the size of the screen a little bit bigger. Oh. If you're joining fields when you update collection from the admin UI. I can't say that I've had an issue, but maybe I can walk through one of my join fields and see. I assume that's what you mean. Like, do you mean a join field? And I'm going to keep going with this while I wait for you to reply to that. So posts where blog query. Oh, okay, so this status needs to change to that status. And then, yeah, I forgot that status changed. And then this needs to be lowercase draft. And so let's make sure that's all of the drafts is indeed. All right, so now let's rebuild again and we'll start. And then I want to see if this fixes our blog issue, and then we can start working on our search design here. And of course, it's going to take like 2 minutes to build. And we keep waiting. All right, so there it is. Let's do PM start. Okay, I'll walk through a join field here in a minute. So let's do PM start. If I refresh this, no more console log. We go to blog. We still don't get anything here. So that's interesting. Yeah, so every single other page works. So let's see what happens if we go, so it's blog, and then if I do future blog, so it's also there. So there's something going on with this page, and I wonder, so we have blog. Let's actually check the feed too. Yeah, so that's fine. So our RSS feed is working, and we have blog, which is just rendering statically. So that's probably where the problem is. So we don't need that update anymore. Payload. Don't need any of this. All right, so interesting. You don't need any of this either. So it's blog page. And that's where we are. Well, if we go back to blog, we're not going to get anything because it's a static page and it's just rendering without anything. All right, so let's just do pnpm dev, make sure this works, and then I'll go over a join field real quick. All right, so we'll have to look into that here in a second. So we've built, we checked for errors. All we had to do was remove the buttons. So first we can do blog page dynamic rendering, and it may be something where I'll have to think about this as we go, because I think it's how I'm querying the blog, because I'm just doing a find, which should run though. Status does not equal draft, less than today, not equals, yeah, so all of that's right. So I think I need to run our cache here, and that shouldn't be a problem. All right, so a join field. So we're going to go to our config real quick, and I think we can just do, I think I have an authors one. So if I go to my collections, we'll go to posts, and so our join field is going to look like, it might be down more. Why don't I just search for it? Join. Authors. Oh, on the authors page it should actually be. So if we go to our users, what version of Payload are you on? Because there is a version where the join fields don't work very well. So that would be the first thing I'd check. And then if anything is not at the top level, you need to make sure that you use dot notation to get the object within. So in our post, so this is saying we're naming our join field post by user. It's a type join. Those are the obvious ones. And we're joining on the authors. So we're joining in the collection post on authors, which is under, okay, so you should be fine with join fields. So we need to find Command F, content. So here, then we have our author's name, which is what we're looking for. So this is content.authors, which is the on portion of this in the collection posts. And so now if I were to go to my admin, and then I go to our, not our posts, I'm sorry. We're going to go to our users. We can see that we have our posts by user field here, and everything is looking like it's populating correctly. So if that's not the issue with your join field, I would either suggest making a like an issue on GitHub or asking the community support in the Discord. Sometimes you'll have to you want to use the community help, and then sometimes you might have to call it out in the general chat. But as long as it's in the community help, you can typically find answers to your problems. And if there is no answer, then we open an issue and hopefully it gets resolved. So hopefully that helped walking through that. I'm not sure if this is any different than what you're doing now, but this is working for me. You can see it here. I don't have to remove it. It's fine. I can see it in my API as well. post by user, even like full depth and everything. So how this is set up works for me, so hopefully it works for you. Okay, so now let's take a look at our query blog, because I think this is what I need to add to our blog page here. So we'll do query posts just to make this a little bit more clear what it is. And then we'll have a where statement, which I want to change this to where. And I think limit can just be there too. Sort by date, yes, that's fine. Where does not exist on type. Oh, I have to add it there. Okay. So all that should look good. Perfect. Okay. So let's see if this works. It's going to work obviously with the development server, but I'm going to have to try it in the not to development server. All right. So we need to sort. Perfect. Okay. So sort to have the right collection posts. Perfect. Okay. So we're going to query posts. So we'll just change this down here. We'll do change nothing else but await query posts. And then we'll need to do blog query, a limit of 12, and negative date. We're probably going to have to, let's first get rid of that. All right. So let's do an object instead. We'll do where, limit, sort. So that should fix that up. And then we can do the same thing up here, where we'll do our featured query. So, and this is returning all results, so good. Oh, let's move that over. All right, so we have const get featured, and we'll set this to be await query posts, where featured query, limit 1, and then sort. I don't think I need to change this. And then date should always be less than or equal to, well, that's in the query, so that's fine. All right, so then we should be able to get rid of that, move this one down, name this correctly. And then if I save, that shouldn't break anything here, but we'll make sure. Yep, everything is working. Let's go ahead and try our pnpm build and see what happens there. And then what I'm going to do also is I'm going to use the, I think it's search params, I think is what I'm going to be using for this, whatever. Yeah, I think it's whatever the, it'll be the UTM params, essentially the everything that comes after the question mark. And I'm going to do pagination that way and just query based on what page is read up here and have like a left and right arrow page for our recent posts. So I'm going to do that here in a second. But first, we've got our blog, which is still rendering statically. So let's see what happens when we do pnpm start. Weird. All of our blogs go away. Let's do... All right, so it wasn't that, but maybe I can do... Oh, let's try putting this in here. Well, I don't even need it anymore because I need to change it in here as well. Metadata. I agree. It takes a little bit of time to get used to it. It does have a lot of potential, but there's a lot of growth. So, and it's happening very quickly. So, it's definitely not for everyone. It's not for people who have not had a lot of development experience. So I will say that it's not like you can't just spin up WordPress and then have it ready. Like you need to have a little bit of knowledge about what you're doing in this one. But I think it's second to none, honestly. So we're going to page query. So I just need to do const page is equal to await query posts where page query sort doesn't matter, limit 1. So sort's going to come through regardless. All right, so we can get rid of all of this. Yeah, I want to I plan on trying to make a lexical feature, but what I'm going to have to do is reverse engineer it from someone else because I think I will get lost. That's like the deep end of JavaScript for me, trying to learn how to actually program, honestly. Like telling the computer what to do is what it feels like I'm doing. But I think it'll be good. All right, so this should still have metadata once this spins up again. It doesn't, but does that mean if I go to our API, we go to our pages, I wonder if what's happening actually is instead of this being rendered as a separate page, but industries is fine. That's okay. So I need to take a look at how our pages collection is being rendered as well. But see, I see SEO here just fine. Okay. But then if, again, industries is still fine. I want each of those categories to have different fields. And fields for specific post categories. I have 2 categories I'm using for my post. So are you thinking something like major, like you have topics and categories, or you have multiple categories that can apply to a single post? So why am I not seeing any? If I go to small businesses, oh, sorry, industries. Okay, so I don't think this should have. Oh, all right. Working through a few things here. So that has meta. This has metadata. So if let's take a look over on our pages slug. Well, no, it's in the blog. So, well, don't get ahead of myself here. So we're going to look here. We have collection pages. It's going to filter. Let's see here. Pages.docs filter doc return doc does not equal home. So that's not returning the home page. So I need to use this filter to also take out anything that is not. So this return, I don't think it needs to actually be here. oh wait, no. So if it does not equal home, and then I should be able to do another filter, and then do, get out of here. So do filter and then do doc, and then turn doc.slug does not equal. Let's do it this way. So let's do you're probably explaining it just fine. It's just hard to translate between text to what you're actually trying to say, I think. I've got a category for work and services, and I want unique field for each post category. Here, let me think on that for a minute here. Slug. Because what I think is happening here, and I need to remember how I did this, and I might just need to look at a different project real quick. What I'm trying to do is filter out the blog and the industries page, since I have it as a page, but it's also as the beginning of a route. So I need to see what I can do. Filter. Oops. Either work or services is pretty much acting custom. Oh, okay. Each one has a category applied to either work or services. And you want work and services to be completely different fields, because if that's the case, you'll want two different kind of category collections, or you'll want to, because if you have work and then it has like title, slug, description, yada yada, field specific to work, that's fine having a category collection and then having one for work. And then as long as the fields are the same for your services, then it would be the same. As in, like, you could just do, you create a document for work and then have title, slug, and all that. And then you have another document within your categories, which is services, and then it has its own title and slug. So I don't know if that's what you're looking for, but that's what I'm interpreting. So let's take a look here, because I don't want to do... Let's find... Dang, man. Okay, generate static params. I'm just in a different file right now trying to find how I did this before. Oh, okay. I understand what I did. So this is where our not in query thing, where query, comes in handy, because we want to do where slug is not in an array. So I'll do, an array, and we can do, we have blog that we don't need, and we have industries that we don't need. And so hopefully now what I think was happening is that this generate static params was taking precedence over what I had in blog and industries. I don't think I have anything in industries, so that should be okay. But we can actually take a look and see, do I have an industries? I don't even have an industries index page. So that shouldn't have worked in general. So what I'm thinking is, yes, this generate static params took precedence, and I need it to not, and let blog and industries do its own thing. So we'll take a look, see if that works. All right. Blog still generated statically, but let's still take a look. PNPM start. And then we can refresh blog. Okay, so I think that worked. Let's just double check real quick. If I go to industries, do I get not found? I don't get not found, but I don't get nothing either. All right, so all of that's looking good. We have our blog again. And so, great. And since we're on this, I didn't think we'd be on it this long. We're going to try and do some pagination or pagination, whatever. Yeah, I think that is the next step here. I need to figure out how people, well, first of all, how people do this full time is beyond me, but my chat is over here, which is why I keep looking over here to make sure I'm not missing anything. My script, like my coding screen, and like what you're seeing is right, you can't see, right here on that side. And so all the way over here is my chat. You probably couldn't hear any of that, but it's craning my neck. And so I need to figure this, like, a better situation out here. Anyway, so let's go back to pnpm dev. And we're going to do an artificially short blog page here, where we're going to limit our blog posts to 2 instead of 12. And so when we refresh, we should only see these top 2 posts here. Excuse me. All right, so that's great. Now, what we need to do, I believe, this is going to be a Next.js thing, so I need to make sure that search params is what I'm looking for. Log search params. And then I can do something like, oh, it's async. Okay. So I need to await the search params. And this should return nothing. Yep. And then if I do something like, we'll do p for page equals page 2. Perfect. So we see our object down here for p2. So we'll use this. This is going to be const page number, and that's going to equal search params, or 1, which it needs to be a string. So how do you recommend for self-hosting Next.js and Payload and SQLite? I have seen some rumblings about Cloudflare pages not being quite ready yet, so though it should be with, I guess, Open Next is what it's called. So I take the easy route and I just put it on Vercel for now. I have been looking into not Payload, that's what we're talking about right now. Railway has just released, they're in their launch week right now. If you haven't looked at railway.com in a little while, they're making some impressive changes, and I'm actually excited to try and put some of my websites on them. So I used them a while ago for Payload version 2, and then it just became too much of a hassle for version 3. But with how Railway has come along, it's very good. So they've released a few things. The things that I'm most excited about is their Pro version is, so it's still a minimum of $20 a month, but the first $20 of usage is covered as long as you hit the spend minimum. And with that, you don't need to pay for any kind of seats afterwards. So all Pro seats are covered as long as you hit the spend minimum. So that shouldn't be an issue for, I think, most projects. So yeah, check out Railway if you haven't in a while. I don't know how they do with SQLite, but it shouldn't be a big deal. I assume that you're going to be using hosted versions of SQLite, or a hosted version of it, rather than like, I don't actually know what the other option would be. Or if you want to use a platform's SQLite, I'm sure Railway has one. Vercel has their blob storage, but all that to say, currently I'm using Vercel. I'm excited to check out Railway again. All right, anyway, so page number. And so what we're going to do is in our query posts, we're going to need to pass in our page. So we'll do page, and originally this is going to be set to 1. But if not, it's going to be number page, which I don't think I can do it like that. So page Oops. And so I'm passing in number here to make sure that anything that comes through as a string will be changed into a number, which means then we need our page type to be string, because I think that's going to be how it's coming in from our search params here. So if it is, it needs to be a string, so let's just put 1 there, and then it'll convert it to a number there. And so page, oh, is missing in type. I can do question mark there. I thought, okay, it just took a second for it to catch back up. Great, so now what we want to do is in our blog query, not even, in our query blogs, we're going to use page, which is going to be page number. So we'll save this. We'll go back to regular blog, and then if we do so we need to actually do page number dot p so we can actually get the real object. All right, so we have blog, should be just p1, and we do p2, we see new posts come in. That means then at the bottom of our card row here, so that's going to be recent posts, we're going to put in a div here where we'll just do, we'll do 2 links. The first will be link previous page, sure. And then we can do, oops, next page, and then it's going to be blog, and then we can do question mark, and then we should do number, page number, -1, and then otherwise for the next page should be +1. So if I hit save here, we can see down here at the bottom, not a number, not a number. All right, so that's a problem. So I think I don't need this, maybe. I thought I did, but maybe I don't. Oh, page number. Why don't I need to change this to be, so let's see if that works. All right. I broke something else, I'm sure of it. This one. All right, so now it's combining a string. Oh, thank you. I have not checked out Directus. When I was shopping around for CMSs, I checked out a few. Contentful was one of them. Oh, thank you. I didn't see that slash. That's what you're trying to say. So I didn't check out Directus. I was working with a Python and Flask project for a little while, and I wanted to try Strappy, Strappy, whatever. I liked that one, but I don't. So I do code in Python Flask sometimes. So I do like that, but I think I would be able to figure out a way to get Payload to work with that. It wouldn't be quite as smooth as it is with Next.js, but sorry, this needs to be P. This needs to be +1. It's hard to talk and code at the same time. Let me do this one. So no, I haven't checked out Directus. And yeah, Strappy was fine. It's just as soon as you work with Payload, honestly, it's nothing else compares. Contentful I tried, and it's really easy to set up Contentful. So there's a reason why like they're very popular. Like I had the easiest time setting up Contentful, but as soon as you hit those minimums, you start racking up the bills, and that's like, it just made me nervous. I don't think I would ever get that high in the bills, but it just was not worth it to me. Okay, so our page is working here, so we need to set a couple checks though, because if we go all the way back, we're at page 2, and we can do page 1, and then now the next is page 0, and it's going to keep going to -1 and beyond. Yeah, I have been thinking about starting. So I love doing Payload. I love doing the tutorial videos that I'm doing. Obviously, I enjoy doing the live coding with it, and I'll continue doing that. But I've been wanting to break into other tutorials and things like that. So I just released a Tailwind video yesterday, and I have a couple more coming out. But getting into these other CMSs to see how they all compare, and then be able to have more informed discussions like this would be really helpful. Like, again, I think I said it at the top. I was talking with Dysfunctionario about how there's a lot of growth that can happen with Payload, which excites me the most because it's clearly being developed very quickly. I think they put out 2 releases today, so there's a lot of good growth that's happening there. But it's not for everybody. You need to have experience. So I'm looking into other experience or other ways to use technology. All right, so now we want to check here if our number page, do I need, because it's using number page, that's fine. I keep having to type in number, so I'm wondering if I need to change this to be a number instead. No, I can't do that. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of the videos that I'm working on now are the custom component part of Payload, and I'm so excited for those videos to come out. I've learned so much from doing them. Okay, so yes, we're gonna check here number. So we're gonna have to do a couple things, but first we'll do page number equals 0 ? We'll just leave it blank for now. But if not, it can have that, and then we need to see yeah, I would be lost without Payload type support, honestly. I'm not great at TypeScript. I'm sure those who have been watching me for a while know that, but it keeps me from having to troubleshoot in build all the time, because the first Payload project I built, I didn't use all of the, like I was using like JavaScript files, and every time that I would try to build, it would be a crapshoot. So sometimes it would build perfectly, and then other times like one thing would fail. But I've never had that issue as soon as I started working with the types that come from Payload. All right, so featured query, page number. Oh, we need to see what our total pages are. So if we look at our all, we can do const all total pages equals all total pages, which, let's see if this works like I want it to. And so now, let's just log total pages real quick. All right, so we have 3 total pages, which makes sense. So then, so page number equals, equals 1, so that should make previous page go away. Yep, perfect. And then, and we're gonna make this look a bunch nicer. So we'll do page number equals, and then like, so, sorry, hold on. The one thing that I really love about Payload, so I tried with I think it was Keystone. Keystone is a CMS that's also pretty popular for at least some Next.js projects. I think if it's still popular. First of all, they wanted you to use GraphQL, and I hate GraphQL. I just disabled it in this project. If you didn't see that, it just doesn't make sense to me. So I'll get off my soapbox there, but trying to figure out how to do pagination in a CMS that doesn't do it for you is insane. So Payload, like the one thing that I loved the most about it is that it would tell me what the total docs, and it would tell me total pages, and it would tell me current page. It makes all of this so much easier instead of me having to edit my own API. So I love that. Anyway, so if page number equals total pages, if we go then to page 3, we should see next page go away. Perfect. So previous page, and then I can't go back any further. And I'm fine with it being, or actually, I don't have to be fine with that. So if it's single page there, first, all right, let's do a couple things here. So I don't want, so if I do this, I want number, page number equals 2, question mark. I want so I just want this to be nothing, a blank string. But if it's not, I want it to be this. And I don't think I need that anymore. I can just put this here. It's 2. Oh, and then I need to do that. And this was needed. All right, so I need to break this up a little bit here because I'm having a hard time seeing. All right. Oh, it worked. Just needed to catch up. Perfect. So if I hit next page now, I can see previous page just says blog, so it takes me back to the blog page, which is perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see. All right, we can get rid of this console log, I think. Whoops. Console log, total pages. All right, so let's make this look better. I was looking at Lucid icons as like tech that I wanted to try out. I'm using it in one of my tutorials, so I thought I would give it a shot today because it's not very difficult to do. Let's make sure that there's no like next. No, it should just be React, right? So let's do PNPM. Oop. And yes, I could just pull in the SVGs, but I want to try this like in its full glory. So if I go to icons, I want a left arrow. Just make this classic. Let's do this one. We'll copy the JSX, and instead of previous page, we'll do this. And then I assume move right is going to be the other one. Import move left, move right. Instead of next page, you can do move right. All right, so let's see what this looks like. I gotta start up my server again. I don't imagine that this is gonna give me a bunch of errors, but I have not used Lucid icons before, so we'll see. All right, so there's our right arrow, and then we have our left and our right arrow. Now we can make this even prettier. So we'll do class name, classes. This is gonna be arrow container. I am not going to put Tailwind in this project yet, though I have been a little bit more excited about using it after I started doing some tutorials on it. So, class name. For these, what needs to happen is we just need to be able to disable one. I don't know what color these are, so we'll probably want to change the color too. But that one's going to be easy. So why don't we do this first? We'll do arrow container. Is there an error in here? No. And then let's go to, we're in blog page. And come down here, and we'll do arrows. We're going to do our arrow container. Do our display flex. We'll align item center, yes. Justify content center, sure. And then we'll do a gap of maybe like 2 rem, just to give it a little bit of extra distance here. So that should flatten that out. That looks great. A little small. We'll fix that here in a second. Because I can do something like height of, okay, what's 50 pixels look like here? Width. Okay, I like that. So we'll do height and width of 50 pixels, and we will define it in these, because what I would do is put these into their own component anyway. So if I wanted to change that, I could. All right, perfect. And so now should be, can't I do current color? Current color is apparently black. So we'll change the fill here in a second. So we'll do, for now, we can just do a class name and do classes arrow. Let's do active arrow. And then so we can do active arrow and set it to be fill of our dark primary, and we won't do any, oh, so it needs to be stroke actually, so this seems to be all a stroke. There we go. So now it's that dark green that I like so much. And then, so if I do that, that goes away, and then I can open this back up. Perfect. It's interesting that they're not quite centered with the middle of this here. But that might be just a sizing thing. It doesn't look like it's a padding thing or a margin thing. That's okay. All right, so we'll do then inactive arrow, which will be our stroke of dark primary 70. And then we can do, it should be pointer events none. And then we can test this out real quick by just doing one as inactive arrow. And so nothing, Oh, that needs to happen on the link. So I think this may affect our fill on this one too. It will, yep. But the no pointer events does work. So what we can do is inactive arrow SVG, active arrow SVG, because that's the only thing that we're, not quite. So this needs to be on the SVG, but pointer events does not. So there we go. And then active arrow SVG should be working, but maybe not. So let's just set SVG. There we go. Oh, I need to move it. Please hold. So I think this works. I'd rather not nest in SCSS if I don't have to. But if we move this to then be on the link here, I'm going to make this neater again. So we have our first link, which then opens up to that. Just to make this easier to see. Perfect. 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 Then we have our total pages. Otherwise that. Okay. Link. Perfect. All right. So now our link has active arrow, our move right does not. It'll come back, I hope. All right, there we go. All right, so we have our dark green there. Both arrow. Oh, that's right. I need this to be conditional now. So if so, I guess we just do this again. Since I'm gonna have to reuse, no, I only have to reuse this once, and that's fine. All right, so if our page number equals 1, we need our left arrow to be inactive, otherwise it can be active. And then down here, we can do if number page number equals total pages. This can be an inactive arrow, otherwise it can be active. There we go. Great, so now we can go back, no problem, go back. Oh, so we also can get rid of this. So we don't need that check anymore, which means that can go away. So these links always are going to be here, and that's going to be, for me, I like that as UX. It doesn't shift the screen a whole bunch depending on state, or I guess not state, but logical state, whatever. But now you can see this is transparent, and I don't actually like it transparent. So I wonder if I can just use my, like, I don't like it because there's the overlap, but that might just be me. So we do page 2, page 3, and we're good. If we want to add even a bit more, we could do in between another div where we'll do a span, and in this span we'll have 1p, then of p. So we can do number, page number of total pages. 3 of 3. So that adds a little bit more information to the user. So now we'll do class name number container, then do our number container display flex, then do a gap of 1 rem. Any second now. Oh, so I don't think I need the span. So let's just do span of, and then I also don't need all that. I made that a little too complicated. So now we have page 1 of 3, which means I don't actually need our display flex or our gap. We'll see what that looks like. It should bring things a little bit closer. Nope, didn't need any of that at all. So I like this as it is. We can get rid of the class name. And now we can see we have 3 pages. We're on currently page 1 of 3. We go next, we've got page 2 of 3, and then we have 3 of 3. And then all of these are not changing. And I just realized that. So that's because I broke something, I'm sure of it. So we have our page number P, and I don't need the P anymore. So now if I refresh, we should be good there. Now we're getting everything there. Great. So we have some amount of posts now, 2, 4, 5. So if we did something like a limit of 6, we're not going to have any pages, but it just says 1 of 1. And so if that's true, I don't need any of this section. So I can do total pages equals 1. Oh, and then I can just do, it absolutely has to. Then that should, oh, it does not equal. Let's do greater than 1. There we go. Doesn't exist anymore. But then if I change our limit back down to, we can just say 1. We have 1 of 5. Perfect. And then I should be able to get all the way up to page 5 without issue. Great. All right, so that's pagination, whatever. All right. So our search plugin, this is the fun stuff here. So we've got our search. And if we look at this, like our home page, our contact page, our industries page, which honestly shouldn't even be in search, but that's fine. So let's go to our search page. Come back to that in a second. So in here then can just say, instead of, well, with or, we can also add our slug not in industries, but I can keep blog actually, if blog is even in here. But industries can come out. Oh, shoot. So what is, if we look, not at our Lucid icons, if we look at our search collection, search results, there it is. All right, so we have slug here, doc URL, no doc URL, and then there's doc, which I think is going to load the whole document. So slug, not in industries. Okay, so it still shows up, but it doesn't show up in the search. So that means that the total documents is still showing it for some reason. So I think that's going to be in this search component. Or it won't be. Label input search. So this is the actual search component here. Okay. So we've got our search page, which is, oh, the slug is down there. So it's asking where slug, or any of that. So I should be able to do, I don't think I can do slug again. Here, I will be right back. Quick break, just got to use the bathroom real quick. I'm back. Been trying to drink more water and I'm paying for it now. Of course, when you try to sit for 2 hours at a time, it doesn't quite work out right. All right, so we've got our slug-like query. And so our query, though, where's our query coming from? K query, or Q query. So it's just the initial showing here, post doc. That's giving me the issues. Because I don't think I can do, or maybe I can. Not equals just industries. I really can't get it to go away. Interesting. All right, well, I'm not going to worry too much about it for right now. That's something that we can come back to. But let's set this to be not in, and then have it be an array. Oh, I think I might have to do this on, oof. I think on each of these, not the description. All right, whatever. All right, so that's not important anyway. What is important is trying to get our slugs to be right. So we have here, all of these are blogs, but if I go to them, it's going to be a 404. So I need to find a way to have this tell me what collection it's in. I can see doc. So, well, let's go to our search results, and then I can look at, like, this is a blog post. We have a slug, has no categories, but I do get the doc. Okay, so let's log real quick all of our posts and see what we get in return. So we get our meta, get our ID. Do I get a document? I don't think I do. Ah, here we go. This is exactly what I want. Relation to posts. So we just need to get our doc relation to true. Okay, or just our whole doc. And we just won't get any depth, which is fine. Because all I need is the relation to. So we've got our doc, which should give us relation to. Perfect. So I come down here and we do our link. So here, let's make this easier on ourselves here. So we can do our const collection, and then this will be our post. Nope, not going to quite work like that because I need a way to loop it. So that's just going to have to be done down here. So let's open this up big and wide here so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, I don't need any of that stuff. So here's where things start to get interesting. So we'll have our link with class name. href is where I'm really going to be spending my time. So here, we're first then going to check post.doc.relation to does not equal, well, let's just do if equals pages. Because if that's true, then nothing needs to happen. Otherwise, post.doc.relation to did my turn area wrong? If that's equal to our posts, then we need to return our slash blog, well, just blog slash. Otherwise, so now let's break this down a little bit. So do our href, next ternary here. And then I need to check post.doc.relation to is equal to industries. All right. I don't know what just changed, but we'll figure that out here in a second. We can do industries. Otherwise, it can be blank. So that's a lot of ternaries there. Property relation to does not exist on type, never. So if I go back then to our search results, let's go ahead and get rid of our console log here. And then I can go to our industry is not in here. They are not in here. So that's why that doesn't exist. So that means we need to go over to our search plugin, config, cancel, and then we need to add, man, collections. Oh, that's the live preview. Search plugin, we need to add in our industries. There we go. And then we're going to come over here and re-index all collections, confirm. Now our industry should be in here. Then if I go over to our search, that should go away. Perfect. So now let's save that and refresh. We do have blog, we can see down at the bottom there that our blog collection is there. If I click on this, it should open up. There it is. Just took a second, but it's there. If we go back to search, I don't see 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a total of 10. Okay, so why not do a page? So we can do p string. We'll see if this actually works like I wanted to. Where does this query come from? Okay, so then we have limit of 12. So why do we only have 10 here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. If we do a limit of 8. We only see 6. What is happening? Well, hunched up. All right, so, but if we do home, I don't know why the initial is always 2 less. So if I do 10, it's going to come up with 8. So let's go back to our search. Interesting. Okay, so this is not working like I thought it would, but regardless, we see like the initial values. We'll leave it as this. And we won't add any pages here. But what we can do is, I don't know if the image makes sense, so I'm going to remove that. Because for me, like, all of this is just meta image stuff, and I don't see any reason to do anything else with it. But now we can just do our div and do like a border with 1 solid variable, dark primary. Do something like padding 1 rem, radius. Oh, I can do, no, I'll just do border radius of 1 rem. Not even, so 0.5 probably, just enough to give it some curve. Yeah, that looks good. And then we can just align item center, justify content center. And then maybe text align center. And so that looks okay. And then we can do future blog. Then we click on that and it brings us there. So now if we do our search, let's work on our search bar here for a minute. And then we should be calling it quits here in a couple minutes. So we've got plenty of search stuff here now. If I want to look up our lorem ipsum blog, it's right there. If I just want to look up all blogs, let's see here. So we can do where or, so we can do, well, this isn't going to work like I want it to, but our doc dot relation to, we'll do like query as well. But what this is going to do, so blog isn't my collection name, post is. So I can see all but one of my posts, it looks like. But all right. So we have a submit button, a search thing, a search input, and then an H1, it looks like, to, no, it's a label, but either way, to edit. Excuse me. So all of this was done with Tailwind or something, so I'm going to get rid of all that. But first, we'll do a section container here, then we'll do our content container. And I won't do a grid for this because I think this is mostly going to get us all the way there. Though I don't know why search isn't being impacted by that. Let's go ahead and get rid of these class names. Input doesn't have a class name, so that's fine. And then we're going to use, well, we're going to have to use a class name here in a second, but we're in our component, we've got our search, so we can add it now. No, we're not in there. So we have our components, then we have at least I thought we had. So where is this component located? Here it is. So this doesn't even belong here, but I hesitate to move it. So we need a new style sheet, which we'll call index.module add, and then here we'll import classes from our index.module. And then we'll do in our label, I'll have to take a look at that here in a second. But again, confused why it didn't take any of the margin or padding that I added. But then for our button, we'll do a class name, and we'll do classes, search button. And then I believe here I can do class name, classes dot search label. And let's bring these over here. Okay. Bam. Bam. So our search label, we're going to have our padding left. Get it equal to everything. And then our search button, we'll do we'll do a small padding. That should be good. And then we'll do font, or our color will be our variable light primary. Then we can do our background color, which will be, I want this to be the other way, dark primary, light primary. And then we can do a margin of something like that, see what happens. So then we'll want to do our border radius of, I don't know, 0.5 rem as well, solid dark primary, so it's highlighted. Sorry, 1 pixel solid. Can't type. Lost all abilities to type and to speak, apparently. All right, so now we'll want to do a border radius of, oh, this is what I was thinking about. We'll do half a rem there. So now, nice and rounded. Now our search label is an H1. I guess I should take a look at the label here, and this is the issue here. So what do I have for my, should be under our form. UI label. Okay. Label display, root display. Oh, this is some fancy coding. Usually hidden class name. Label. Let's see if I can just override whatever styles are in there, because I like it for the most part. I just need it to respect my margins. But I suppose the reason it doesn't, well, we have our, where is it? So we should have a, oh, it's in here. So this has my section container. So the problem then is that it's not getting the label, though it should be. It should be getting the whole form. But for some reason, oh, because the label is the H1. Okay, we're learning here. All right, so what we need to replace is actually whatever this container is here. So let's find that. So if we go back to our search, it's right here. So this is where I need to put that section container. That's where my H1 is. And so I can get rid of all this tailwind because it's nothing anyway. Get rid of that, get rid of that, rid of that, and that, and this. All right, so now, instead of this content and section container, I can just leave the grid and then do our section container, then our content container. Okay, not quite. So this, yes, needs to be our section container, and then underneath it I need to add a content container. And we can do it right below this. And then this should get everything on the same page. Except for the search, because I still have that in its own, but it doesn't need that at all. All right, so that's looking pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Now let's see what happens. Just in, well, no, because I already have 10 being returned, but for some reason only 8 are showing up. I don't need any of this image stuff, so it should go straight to fragment. Okay. And then I want to add, oh, okay, so it started disappearing because I had that type check there and some things were failing the type check. No biggie. All right, so now I should be able to do limit 12. Everything's added in. I still don't want to do any pages. Just doesn't make sense to me. All right, so now we have the search and the submit button. So I want to add a little bit of space in between those though. Or sorry, the submit button and the top here. So I wonder if I can do this in just a section container, which I don't think adds any kind of padding. So we have it on either side of the grid. It does though. I wonder if content container is the way to go then. Well, that doesn't help either. All right, so what we'll do is, I believe in the grid we can do a class name. We can do classes search grid. And then let's go take a look in here and do our search grid and do just a margin top of not 4 rem, but maybe just 1. Should give us plenty of space in between. All right, cool. So now we have a nice search. I don't even think we need to have this search button, but I'll leave it just in case. And I don't love search as submit, so I'll just do search. Then I can hit blog, and there we go. And then I've got my pages here as well. So now that means we should put search in our nav, but that seems like too much work right now. So it seems like we did quite a bit of good work here. So let's double check. Search looks good. I don't need any my brain just broke. I don't need any images here. If this was like a portfolio site where I just had like beautiful images or something, then yes, maybe. But I think in this case, it just doesn't make sense to have all of the images showing up here, especially since they're all the same right now. So it's essentially a default meta image at this point. So anyway, I think this looks pretty nice. It works perfectly. I can go to my about page fairly simply. So we just need an easier way to find the search. The search is good there. The site builds, which is important. And then, so we're just going to double check the build real quick, make sure that the search function works in the build, make sure the pages work in the build. And then after that, we will call it quits. I think on the next video, the next stream, I'm going to test out some community plugins. I'm really excited to try that. I've seen a few get posted up, so we'll see how those look. All right, so let's do npm start. And some of those community plugins I think are going to help me decide how to build a lexical feature. So we got lorem ipsum. That works perfectly. We can go back to the blog page. We've got our pagination all set up perfectly. Contact about industries doesn't click, but we can still go back to it, which is kind of a bummer. But we can always add more to that. We got contact, home, portfolio. So I would say that this project is essentially done. So our boilerplate can now just be added to our Git repository 2025-0305 finished boilerplate. So since it builds, that means it can deploy from GitHub or whatever Git provider. But either way, that feels like the end of an era. Of course, I'm going to pull up this project to test out those plugins that I was talking about. So I'm going to hang out on the Discord for a little bit and see what kind of projects I can find. I know there's been one that's like auth focused, so I might take a look at that because I'm a little interested in authentication, authorization, whatever. I'm pretty interested in that right now. And then there's the color pickers that I've seen, which I probably wouldn't use in like a production build, but it would be nice to see how it works. And the reason I wouldn't use it in production would be mostly I don't want my editors to have that kind of control. Some people are different though. They want to have the ability to change the color of an individual word, but I mean there's a highlight feature for that in Lexical, which is way easier. But that's about it for plugins that I've seen so far. So I'm gonna find maybe we can go over like 3 or 4 and see how that works. But I'll take a look through the Discord. If you know of any that you think would be worth me checking out, send them my way. You can drop them in the comments here, or if you're on the Discord, you can always mention me there as well. I'm pretty active on the Discord. I check it several times a day. I'm definitely in the video suggestions section on the Payload Discord. If you don't have the Payload Discord, I encourage you to find it on their website. I don't want to lose my tabs here, but if I go to Payload CMS, they have right here the Discord invite. So if you haven't joined that Discord, highly recommend. I actually just got some help from them today, so it's pretty responsive. So I think that's it. It doesn't seem like anybody's chatting right now, so we'll call it quits here. Hopefully this was helpful. Trying new things, learning new things, talking about things, and trying to figure out how to troubleshoot issues. So I had a good time. This project is a bear for sure. There's a lot of refactoring. And so I think what's next is I, of course, still have tutorials coming out Tuesdays and now Wednesdays for Tailwind. But I think I may start refactoring a client. I'm going to get their permission first, but I might start refactoring a client's website live and see what that does. I have a development database, but I've been running into some issues. It was one of my first Payload projects, so I'm running into some issues from just my inexperience. So I'll refactor that and see if the client's okay with it, and then from there work through these plugins. And then got a couple projects coming up that I'm interested in. Like I've been wanting to build a rhyming dictionary. So that'll give me like an idea of how to build like a full web app, with this being the CMS. And then also something like a personal library. I'm just thinking through like personal projects that I would want. I've got a lot of books, but it's hard for me to know what books I have, and I don't want to keep using Excel for that. Like, I'm a little more sophisticated than that now. Like, I can build a web app for my library, and then who knows, maybe it's something that people would want. I don't know. So I'm going to stop rambling now. Hopefully you enjoyed this. Hopefully you learned something. If you're not subscribed, make sure you check that you are subscribed to my channel. I go live. I'm thinking after this week, it's probably going to be twice a week, Sundays and Wednesdays. So next time I go live, it'll be Sunday. Doing 3 days just seems like a lot right now between everything that's going on. So check to make sure you're subscribed. Like this video. Share it with people you think might enjoy some live coding and watching me struggle, though there wasn't a lot of struggle today. Either way, I enjoyed it. Thanks for hanging out, everyone, and I'll see you on the next one. All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I actually have a schedule now, so hopefully that makes things easier for people who do want to watch some live coding stuff. And I do have some more exciting stuff coming up over the next couple of weeks. It seems like the next big project I'll be working on is going to be, or at least on the live streams, is going to be just starting a new project from scratch. That seems to be what is wanted right now. So I'll be thinking through that. I've got a couple ideas. One is like a rhyming dictionary, which could build out to be something where like I have users and I can do multi-tenant, or not, maybe not multi-tenant, but I can do authenticated areas of the website where people can go. Could even tie in the Stripe integration to make it more of like a SaaS thing, but still not multi-tenant. So that's going to be cool. It's either that or maybe a library, like a personal library app both Payload CMS would do a great job at. The other thing that I put out a poll the other day where I wanted to see what people wanted to see, and so it seems like that's the winner right now. I'm gonna give it a couple more hours to see what I actually do. Actually, I can give it till Wednesday because that'll be the next time I stream. But if I don't get any other results right now, it's just starting a new project from scratch, which that is exciting, but also there is the possibility where I just refactor a real client's website. So I have permission to go in and show like a real live website and all of the code that goes into that. I believe it's open source. I have to double check that, but it may not be. So that would be kind of a bummer. Whatever I create new would be open source, so you'd be able to look at the GitHub with me. But regardless, either way, I'll either be starting a new project from scratch, which will either be a rhyming dictionary or it will be a personal library app, or it'll be refactoring a client's website. So either way, it's going to be a lot of fun. And then I've got some new tutorials coming out. So Tuesday I have a new Payload CMS one. I think it's one more SEO video. Could be. I don't remember. It's either that or redirects. But I do have redirects coming up, and then as well as custom components coming out as well. And then Tailwind. I started doing some stuff with Tailwind, so that is going to be coming out soon as well. So lots of good stuff coming up. But today what we're going to work on is I've been seeing a lot of community plugins. So first I was going to let the poll run for a couple more days, so I didn't want to start something new just to maybe like refresh or restart. So we'll be just going through some community plugins that I've been seeing on the Payload CMS Discord, see what's interesting, see what's in there, and see if there's anything that we would want to use. And I'm actually going to start with one that I'm most excited about, that I've wanted to try out, and that's this blur data URL by Payload plugin. This one is by Oversight Studio. And so what this does is it creates a like a blur hash that can be stored in the database, and then once that's done, it will return that blur hash over your image while it's loading. So that's really cool to me. I want to see what this is going to be like. So we already have Sharp, so I think all we have to do is pnpm add this here. And I need to move my face somewhere else. I guess I'll move myself over here. I wonder if I can flip myself real quick. Transform. Flip horizontal. That's the way. All right, so yeah, I'll be looking over here on my screen, and we're going to run pnpm add blur data URLs. And so we need to take a look at this with the plugin. So we're going to go to our config. And this is the first time that I've looked at any of these. So bear with me if I stumble through anything. It's just going to be all based on how the documentation looks, how quickly I'm going to be able to go through this. But we'll go to our payload config, and then we've got our plugins here. I'm just going to make my life easier by just putting stuff up here. And so this is the project that we've been working on. It's not anything special. It's just the, this is kind of going to be my catch-all project. So it's boilerplate, yes, but it is also just a way for me to experiment, try new things. So that's what we're going to do right here, where we're going to import blur data URLs plugin. If I spelt import right, that would be helpful. Oh, that was weird. Okay, so that's there, and then I believe I already have media from collections imported, so we're good there. So we'll come back down to our plugins, and we're going to do our blur data URLs plugin. And then we will enable true. We'll do our collections media. And then I guess we get to set, okay, so these are optional, but we can set these options, I assume, as a default. So we'll do blur. I'm just going to copy the documentation and see how this looks. So height, auto. And so in the blur option settings, height can either be a number or auto. And so auto will maintain the image's aspect ratio, which is at worst what we want. At best, we want the actual number for the height, but we may be able to override that. So what we'll do then is we have our image object. If you already have images, you might want to generate blur data URLs to do place this script on your okay, so let's see what this script is. But first, we're going to go to our image object. So we'll go to our front end components up here, and we have our media image object. And so here in our image, we can then do, we have props. So let's generate types real quick. All right, and so what we'll do, placeholder, we'll set this equal to blur like it says, and then blur data URL is going to be our, this here needs to be blur data URL. And we can do blur data URL or undefined. And so now if we spin up our pnpm dev, this shouldn't do anything with our current images, which is fine, because it seems like the script that this is saying here is we need to generate, we'll take a look at that here in a second, but this looks like it needs to generate blur data URLs for current images. Not something that we need to worry about. We can just upload a new image. I'm not too worried about it. But blur data URL or undefined. So I think then I need to do blur data URL, and then I can do, if that's true, return blur. If not, empty. Yeah, okay, so and again, so I'm gonna inspect and do this network slowdown thing if I can remember how to do it. Network throttling, we'll do like 3G, and then if I refresh, it should be slow. And so it doesn't do anything for our images. It waits for the image to be done. So that means then let us take that off, no throttling. And then we're going to go to admin login. All right, so then let's go to our media, and we're just going to create a new image. And sure, let's use this one here. This is my live stream thumbnail. Test. And this is just me. Person. Me. Doesn't really matter. So if I hit save, we should see a blur data URL generated, which we do. And so now if we go to our pages, and we'll just go to our home page. And I wonder, actually, so since I don't have a lot of images, if I can just go to my media here, and then let's take this one, and if I just update it, let's update that correctly, I do get a blur data URL. Perfect. So go back to localhost, and then come here, and we will throttle. We'll do slow 4G because that was miserable. Okay, so it hashed there, or blurred for a second there, so maybe I do need to see it in 3G. It'll refresh. Interesting. So let's turn throttling off real quick. Do a full refresh. Do 3G. Refresh. Oh, I think I need to disable cache. Oh boy. There we go. So that takes a minute, but it's there. So slow 4G might be better. It at least doesn't explode the page. So cool. Now let's mess with the settings here for a minute. So width of the blur data URL, 32 is fine. 18, the amount of blur applied. Let's set that to be something a little less intense while I fix my music. Where's my payload config? Over here. Cool. So 18. Let's do something like 8. And so I know I'm gonna have to come here and redo my admin, local admin. Oh shoot, no throttling. And then do media. And we're just gonna, nope, not this one. I don't care about this one. Media, leave. It's this one here. And then let's update this. Now I don't know if that actually made any difference, so we'll check here in a second. Let's open a new tab for our local host. Inspect, do network, disable cache, slow 4G. Yeah, and that looks a little bit better. So I like less blur, it seems, so I'm going to do 4, which I know is not going to generate anything here. But now if we come back, let's do, oh, I don't need to do this anymore. Let's change this first image in our home page. Hero, we'll change it to our new image. We can get rid of that, choose from existing, do this one. Let's edit it real quick so we can generate a new URL. And then we save, and we come back to our local host. We'll disable cache, slow 4G. Yeah, that's way better. So it gives it some kind of definition as like it's unveiling a blur. So that's really cool. I actually like that a lot. And it was really easy to set up. So, and of course didn't take any other dependencies because I already had Sharp. So, but even, so we have fast 4G. I don't know why it keeps jumping me down whenever I refresh. But now if I get rid of all of this, I should be able to just refresh. It'll flash real quick when there's a blur URL, but then that's all. It goes away after that. So cool. Great job. I loved that. It's really simple to use. You can use this script here to like run a migration script. So we could try this. It does not seem very difficult. And it gives us an idea of how to actually do a migration script, which would be cool. But I don't think I really need it with all of the... Well, this is an image object too. I'm thinking. Yeah, why not? We've got some time. So we'll come over to the blur data URLs. And we're going to have source, which is here. I don't think we have a scripts folder. So let's add a new directory and we'll call it scripts. And we're going to copy that into a new file, which actually let's do this first. .ts. We'll add that, copy and paste this. like the blur of 18, or sorry, 8. Maybe I'll do 4. What did I do in the config actually? Yeah, 4. And then our width was 32, and the auto is fine, so I'm cool with that. Set the plugin configuration, and so the rest of it should be fine because we named everything the same here. So type generated types, from payload. I learned something new again. So you can pull in all of your generated types, and then look under collections, and then have it set equal to media, which that's what mine is called, so that works great. That's fine. All right, and then I assume, I shouldn't assume anything before running a script. We already have TSX installed. Plugin configuration on the script. We did that. And then run the script. Let it cook. All right, so I'll just run this script. And then it says it's finished. Whoops. Get my doc out of the way there. Cool. So now, if I refresh, everything should have a blur hash. We'll do slow 4G. Refresh. Even that has a blur. Those have, I mean, all of these are the same. So these client logos though. So what if we refresh those? We do 3G. That way it can give me time to find the client logos. I guess they're just white with black, so they probably blend in. Yeah. But also, why don't I do in my image object again, we can go to here and set priority, and if there is a priority, we can set that to be priority. But if not, it should be, is it not priority? That's not what I'm thinking of. I can't remember what this is. Lazy load. Lazy load. Where do I put it though? Image loading. So it was loading. Okay, so loading priority eager, otherwise lazy. So now if I do that, and then we come here, we do nice little slow 4G. We can load this up. There's that. Then also, so maybe I just need to set this to be lazy load. Got that. So it goes through and loads everything anyway. Okay. Either way, very cool. Very easy to use. So that does seem to make things speed up a little bit. So we like that. Cool. So I think that's it for this one here. So we spent a couple minutes going through our blur data URLs. So if you want to check this one out, I will have a link in the description when we're done here. So highly encourage it. Very easy to use, very easy to set up. And if you already have Sharp, you only have to install one other PNPM package there. So very well documented, very good, very good. All right, so, and then the document, like coming with the script, like that was extremely helpful. All right, Next one, I like this image search because I believe it's used to look for, Unsplash, Pexels, and Pixabay. So if you have a site that needs to use stock photos instead, we could use this one. So what we'll do is we'll set up accounts on these real quick, and then we'll start from the top. So let's take a look at this real quick. You can create new media. The video player in GitHub is atrocious. I don't know why it won't play more than 1 second for me, but it's done this for like a bunch of different videos. So anyway, we will start. Let's start with adding this one. This one is by Payload Bytes. And we'll do npm add payload bytes image search. All right, now Unsplash. Go to dashboard, I guess. Okay. So let's do Unsplash. And then, do I have a login for this? My personal email, whatever. Don't spam me. All right, so then developers and API, view the documentation, creating a developer account, join, demo apps, so new application, non-automated, cannot replicate. Okay, accept terms. All right, I'm gonna move this over real quick just in case a key flashes. We don't want that. Application name, payload CMS, look up images, create application. Okay, I don't need to apply for production, but I do see that I've got some keys, and the ones I need are these here. So I'm also, for a second, going to take this off the screen, bring it over here because that's going to be easier for me to see and not crane my neck. And we're going to add the environment variable that it's saying. So we'll add all three of them because I'll need them. It doesn't seem like I need my application ID, so API key. This is Unsplash, so I just should need, so API key, the key you configured to use the Unsplash. Well, I've got a secret key and an access key. I'm going to assume it's the access key, so let's try that. But I guess I'll leave this up. Default providers. Okay, so that wasn't exactly the clearest thing since I've got so many different options for keys here. I also have an application ID, but I don't think it's that one. Anyway, so we've got Pexels. So we can go to Pexels. And then let's take a look here. I guess your profile makes sense to me. I'm going to move this off as well. And let's image and video API, your API key, that sounds right. Payload CMS, project category, personal use just for fun. I don't know. It's asking for a reason. I'll be using this in my payload CMS backend. I agree. It is a hobby project with no production value. Generate API key. Success message, that's good. Oh, here's my API key, so let me drop this in real quick, and then we'll do the same thing for Pixabay. This one only did come with the one key, so that is good. Don't have to worry about that too much. And then let's move this off. Join. We'll sign up with Google, why not? All right, then let's go to the API. View API, then oh, it does have my API key. Okay. So the only one that wasn't clear exactly what my API key was the first one, Unsplash. But I'm going to hope that the one that I put in is the correct one. So now I can close out those and bring back my screen here. And we will go back to our payload config. I'm going to leave this in here because I liked that a lot. And then we're going to import image search plugin. And then we will go to our plugins. Underneath this, we will import image search plugin. Then we need to go to our defaults.ts and our types.ts. So for default, we have enabled true and then provider access. So I guess I don't need to put anything there. Enabled. I guess I'll just put enabled true. Then function determines provider access control. Only the rec attribute is available. And that's optional, so I'm not going to put anything there. Okay, so let's restart P in pm dev. And then we can come back to our admin UI. All right, and so it should be in media if I understand right, but maybe not. Hold on. So let's see if this added a new collection. Providers, okay, liability. Okay. So yeah, it is in media. So I come to media, I create new. And I really wish I could watch this video, but for some reason it just won't load for me. Because I imagine this tells me what I need to do, but paste URL maybe? No. Select file? No. All right, so that's... Oh, what happened to my title here? Crawler, okay, payload auth.js. All right, so I can add that to the list, and if I have enough time today, I will review it. Thank you for sending that. I'm always looking for new plugins to work with. I seem to have lost my header tag here on my homepage, but that's not what we're here to take care of. But I'm just gonna double check here. SEO. I mean, it has the stuff. Anyway, so we go to our media, and if I want to create new media, I should be able to... Here, is there like 3 point, okay. So the problem here is I'm on 3.8. Cool. So let's do a thing real quick where we go to our package.json and we just, let's take this up to recent. Let me do 3.24.0, replace all PMPMI. All right, and so now if I do pnpm dev, I'm glad I checked the compatibility thing before giving up here. And now we just wait for this to reload. What is this? Okay, we're fine. Okay, select file. No, not select file. I'm sorry. Go to media, create new. Okay, I need to run payload generate import map. Okay, now let's try this again. Oh, I see the top loader now. I didn't have this before. That's nice. All right. So now if I refresh, go to create new, now I can search images. Perfect. So I've got Unsplash, we got Pexels, we got Pixabay. So that's really cool. This is AI generated, but now I'm able to like pick any of this. So let's just do Pexels, and let's do, I wish I could also set by like aspect ratio instead of getting all these mostly vertical images. Oh, I could use this dog. And then this is dog. Now I can add a creator link and all that, but now how would I like to give attribution? It would be helpful to be able to do that, because at this point I would have to find, oh, I guess I can crop this image. That's cool. Let's do 1920 10:8. Ooh, nope, reset. All right, so we'll cancel that. Doggy. So I would like to be able to like attribute this image to the creator, but I would have to look up the creator here. So it would be nice to not have to do that. But overall, it seems like it's helpful. So I can save this, and then using the plugin that we just had before, the blur data URL is there. This image is quite large, but it is at least about 2 megabytes, so it's not going to make or break anything. So that is really cool. So if I click on this, what happens? Okay, cool. Then I inspect. Yeah, so the attribution thing I know is going to be a big deal. That's going to be the first thing that I would like to see on this one, is a way to either have the author, so like there's the link there. So the links are all there, but I lose them as soon as I click on the image. So I would have to, can I click on, if I click on this, does it copy it? No, it just brings me to the Unsplash. And there's the actual photo. Now if I click on this, yeah, so it would be cool to have something like this where I can do credit, especially in a like schema. So like how I do my schema markup is I have my image object, which can then use media, and then I can tell Google, hey, this is an image, here's the creator and all that. So at least having the creator name and the creator's link, that would be extremely helpful here. But overall, I think this is a great plugin to add some stock photos to what you're doing, and then with Sharp being able to help you like determine the size of it, that makes life way easier too. Perfect. So that's another plugin down, I believe. Let's go ahead and delete this because I'm not going to be able to use it without attribution. And then we did this payload bytes one, so of course I'll drop it in the description after we're done here. We looked at our defaults and types, and then this is one that I've seen a few people talk about. But first, let me we don't need the migration script up anymore, or our image object. And then I'm going to take out our search plugin here. Perfect. Let's go ahead and also take it out here. And in our package.json, wherever it is, image search. So yeah, that's really cool. I like that one. All right. What do we have next? All right, so we're going to use this one, which is a lexical feature where you can do text color, font size, and coming soon font family and line height. So we're going to do our PNPM add payload lexical typography. And this one is by Adrian Maj. So pretty active in the Discord. If you haven't been in the Discord, make sure you check it out. It's there for a reason. Really helpful. You get to see cool stuff like this. So I need to add real quick to my, I have a tech to try list of things to do, and Radix is one of them. So I want to see if I need to add that to any lists I've got going on. Well, actually, I can just add it to my streaming ideas. Okay, so Radix UI. Anyway, so we have our typography plugin downloaded and ready to go. So what we'll do is take a look here. So we'll go add features you want to include in your lexical editor config. You can also pass additional props. So it does not seem like this is a plugin that's added to the config. It's just added directly to your lexical editor. Do I have my default lexical editor in here? Because I'll just use this and make sure I can use it everywhere. Rich text, lexical. Oh wait, it's under editor. There we go. So we've got all of this here. So I can just add our text color feature, which we'll start with. Text color feature from Payload lexical typography, and I just saw that I have that ext package still somewhere in here. There it is. So this one didn't really work for me, so we'll get rid of that for now. All right, so we got our text color feature, and we get to set the text colors that we want, it seems, by default, which is cool. And then we've got our text size feature. So the text color feature, I actually like how this is handled. So it sets so the white, black, RGB. So you can set like a limit and have this be the, oh, I need to import this. Instead of people having whatever they want to put, you have to have specific colors here. And I don't think I can bring in like CSS variables, but that's fine. I don't really need them here. But now if we add, well, first we can see what they look like by running pnpm dev. And we'll just go to any one of our rich text lexical fields. Which pages is probably going to be the best option, and we can do, well, contact going to be a form. Oh, I got this. Whoops. That's content. I need that. All right, so we got this here. So this is some text. We have our highlighter, but then we come in here. So I don't see, I mean, this is my highlight here, but that's not what I'm looking for. I don't see a text color feature, but maybe let's get the rest of the configuration done here first. So we'll go to our project, and then in our app, nope, sorry, in our components here on, nope, it is under app, and then app components. We'll have our rich text converters index. Then we'll import our typography JSX converters. And then right here we'll do typography JSX converters. Let that save. Let's do payload, both generate types, and then payload generate import map. Now we'll run pnpm dev. And if this doesn't work, then I'll just bring it to, like, directly into the rich text field. I thought just having it as default though would work, but apparently not. This is text. All right, so I don't see it in the floating, so maybe that's the problem. So let's go to our payload config again. No, I should have fixed toolbar feature. But then let's go to our collections, pages, config. And then we have our editor somewhere in here. Default features. So I guess if you define it here, it doesn't it overwrites it, is what I'm assuming. Text, color feature, colors. I don't know if this works with text, but we're about to find out. Refresh, reload. All right, perfect. So I can see it now here. Perfect. So text, or test text, I can then set this to be red. This one can be green. And if I save this and come back to the front end and look at our contact, what is this? So type some, and then color RGB. Type some text. Content. Where are you coming from? What are you? So you're a content column. Okay, so we have two. So it's our old block, which I think is this here. Oh yeah, type some text. Weird. So I guess, what is this text? And how did I get it to be a different color? And then why is it working now? Either way, all good. So the hero, though, didn't update. So if I go to our hero, color green, color red, so that's all right. Interesting, interesting. So if I come back to our edit screen, oh, maybe for the contact I'm not generating a hero, which would be logical. But so let's go to our content. I can see it here. So we'll do red. Set this to be red. Set this to be green. And then, of course, I can set this to be huge. And then we can take a look here. Yep, that it looks exactly like a web designer's website should look like. I wonder... No, that is green. Okay. It's just, it looks like a little bit of a brighter green than I was expecting, but I guess it makes sense. And then we've got our red there. So, that's really cool. Now, I am glad... Let's, man, I cannot click on anything today. Let's set this back to... The floating bar, I guess, just needs to go away. So, get rid of you. Reset. What I was going to say is I'm glad that the creator of this one did allow for their attribution to be hidden. But, like, I understand why wanting attribution there is important. Like, especially in cases like this where, like, if I were just trying to pawn this off as like my creation, then that's a problem. But if I were to use this for like a client project, it wouldn't make sense to include some stranger's name on their website. So thank you for having the ability to hide the attribution. Great job on this plugin. So let's take a look at what that looks like just while we're here. Then we can come do attribution. Oh, it has to be done in each. Yeah. Which is fine. So now if I do that, the attribution should go away. Here, I think I just need to get rid of this in here because I overwrite it everywhere else. So we can come here and just do hide attribution, set to true, and then do text size feature. True. Let's refresh. So, oh, this is our pages config. Oh, this is the subtext. So that shows up there. So Then I need to take this. Really? No? Okay. So I'll take this and then find our other text field here, which is actually going to be in our form block. So if we go to blocks, form, and then go to our config. In our intro content, not what I'm looking for. It is what I'm looking for. So inline toolbar feature, get rid of that. And then I'll put these here. Excuse me. All right, so I'll take a look at that in a second. But I'm getting an error about, I think it's not that. I will look at the problem that I'm having with, no, that's working now. Whatever. All right, so now I should be able to come in here, not see any attribution, which is great. And then use that there to get rid of our color picker. And then I can save. And then look at our contact. And that works just fine. All right, so that is 3 plugins. I think I got time for one more, and I was actually sent one just a couple minutes ago. So let's take a look at our Payload auth.js by Crawler Code. So first, this one was Adrian Maj. Payload lexical typography. Found this one in the Discord. So looking forward to see what you do with this one. I did really enjoy that text color is an array of choices. It's not just whatever you want, but like you can set your default. So that is great for theming. So perfect. Love that. Font size, I can see where this would come in handy. I likely would not use it very often, but text color, absolutely. Font family, I can see that being used. Line height, even, yes, I can see that being used. But really enjoyed working with this one, the text color feature especially. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the roadmap here. And potentially even using it in a project maybe down the line. And see what we get. All right, so we have crawler code, payload auth.js, most recent commit 5 days ago, so I love that. Let's see what this does. So you can use this plugin, so auth.js 5 in beta may have bugs. This one creates a users collection in the payload CMS. I don't actually think I can do this one because I have a users collection already. But we do have install the plugin using any JavaScript. Okay, first one. So auth.js, which I believe this used to be Next.auth. Yep, it sure is. Free and open source. Migrating, so... oh, excuse me. So this helps you use auth in your middleware. You can use OAuth providers. You can even include GitHub. And so interesting. Okay. You don't need to create a users collection. This plugin automatically creates a collection with the slug users. So the problem, yeah, so I won't be able to do this for this project because I already have a users collection, but this could be something that I use since I plan on using that project, like for my next project, doing something that might have authentication. I could do auth.js with this plugin to, it says list of providers there, and then I can just use that as my user authentication and then have an admin collection as well, where I can then have my admin users. And then they can take care of most of it. But this should, I think this logs me into Payload, not into the actual website. So sign in, sign out, create user, update user, link account, session, sign in, event. So this would be great for, I'm just curious how I would migrate a current project for this. Creates a user's collection, use a custom database adapter for auth.js to store the users in the Payload CMS database. Use a custom auth strategy for Payload CMS to achieve the session from auth.js. And so this passes the session to Payload CMS, which is good. But I think this just accesses the back end, which I guess could be used for, like, they can just bring up the user profile, which is fine. Then they can go back to the home page. So add auth.js plugin to your payload configuration file. Either way, I do think I can use this near here in the future. Client side. Yeah, so I'm going to have to look into this a little bit more. So this one might be a little bit above my head right now because I'm just trying to wrap my head around, does this just log me into the Payload CMS dashboard, or is this used to also have users that can, like, just like those who are navigating through the site, I can have them log in and then see their like their profile or authentication protected fields. So, or not fields, but like content on the site. So I will look into that, but this looks like a great plugin, honestly. So yeah, 100 stars, couple of forks here and there. So this could be something that I use in my next project. So I need to do more research though. So I'm going to put that on my list of things to research, because if I do, not my ideas, I need, not websites either. So stream ideas. So does Payload auth.js by crawler code, does this give me a way to log in users? Question mark. And so I just hesitate to, well, you know what? Let's give it a shot. So what's the worst that could happen? This should be pnpm add, I believe. So that was a lot of talk just to do this anyway. All right, and so now we will get rid of that. Let's get rid of our text color features. We'll get rid of also in our package.json lexical typography, which also then needs to come out of our payload config. Okay. So now we can then only integrates auth by getting the user session from auth.js. It doesn't handle the auth.js stuff. First, you need to set up auth.js before you can use this plugin. All right, so let's set up auth.js. Did this not install auth.js for me? Payload auth.js. No, it did not. All right, so let's. Oh, that's the package I just installed. Ugh. So then this one. Okay, let's just then do our auth secret. Just in case I'm going to move this over off the screen. I want to make sure that none of my... Okay, yeah, so it didn't pull up my .env file, which is what I was concerned about. Okay, configure. So here, make sure you define your config in a separate file. Then where you create the next auth instance to avoid circular dependencies. So we need to go to the root of our app. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, gotta get rid of this. Easy enough. So we go to the root, we do a new file where we'll create auth.ts. Next auth. So let's add providers real quick. We can do GitHub. That's not even correct. I wonder what other providers there are. Probably Google is one of them. So we can do GitHub. We can do Google. Nope. Google. All right, so I guess we need to do this too, where we have our app. So in here, we need to do a new directory where we'll do API. Then we'll do a new directory where we'll do auth. Now another new directory, which this one will be dynamic route. Next auth. So that should still be right. Okay, and then do a new TS file, which will be route.ts. Add, and we'll just add this in there. Referring to the auth TS we just created, I assume is what that's reading. Yep, so this, then we need to figure out where it actually is. Okay, so the last thing then we'll add a middleware just to do everything that this says, which I believe also has to be at the root. But actually, I think it can be within my front end section here. So we'll do middleware.ts, middleware. All right. Basic setup is complete. Now let's come back here. I don't see anything for auth config. Oh, shoot. Oh, that was right. Perfect. Was it right? Yes. Okay. Next step. We have our auth config.ts. So I don't know what this is saying for my auth config ts because I have my auth. So maybe we come back to it here in a second. But once you've configured auth.js, you can integrate it with Payload CMS. To do this, wrap your auth.js configuration with the with payload function. So in our auth.ts, we have our handler sign in, sign out, auth, next auth. So then we have what is this auth config file? And why is it different than, so we have payload config, auth.ts. So what is the auth config? Let's take a look if there is an example. There is an example. Do basic. We have source, we have auth and auth config.ts. And then they did their middleware with an underscore, but that's fine. All right, so in our source, we have our auth here, and then so, is that source? No, it's the root. So we can do another TypeScript file. We'll do this one as auth config.ts, add, GitHub, and then I wanted to do Google as well. So we'll add Google, not Goog, Google. And then we come back and we do our auth.ts, which this is going to have the with payload wrap around it. So that makes sense to me. Auth.ts, all right. Then we can go back, and again. All right, so, geez, how far did I go? All right, we have our auth.js, we've got our providers, auth.ts, and then we need to go to our payload config. I have a feeling we're going to do all this, and then it's just not going to work because I already have a users collection. But maybe it will. Okay, so then let's import auth.js plugin from payload auth.js. Then we'll import our auth config from there. Then in our build config, we'll go down to our plugins. Right here. And we'll do export, auth.js plugin, auth.js config, auth config. And then I can save this. So it should be all good now. What happens if I start my server? We'll see. Localhost admin. but then also my login is an auto login right now. So looks like we need to do payload generate import map. And then I've got my auto login that I can turn off real quick, which is not anything super private. Oops. I'm sorry, what do you mean by my build env, like the build environment? And then what do you mean by that specifically? All right, and then I can sign in with auth.js, which is cool. And then all right, this is a cool flow. Here, let me sign in with Google real quick. Okay, so this is actually what I got. So OAuth client was not found. So that tells me that there is something wrong in what I did. Authentication, OAuth. So I did Google. Okay, so this one requires an OAuth app in Google's dashboard, which I don't really want to do that right now. Is GitHub any easier? Oh, okay, so sorry, brain fried a little bit. Okay, so what I normally do for, like, I assume you mean like hosting. So I have Vercel, I use Mongo, and that's really it. So Payload CMS, of course, and then I just host the whole app on Vercel. Yes, I use TypeScript. I don't use Tailwind right now, but I am introducing Tailwind back into my workflow, just trying to get used to it. But I do like SCSS over vanilla CSS and over Tailwind as well. I don't use GraphQL either. I feel you on that. It's not just overkill, it just doesn't make sense to me. REST API it makes so much sense to me. That's probably because that's what I started with, but yes, so I agree. And then I'm just messing around with plugins now, so I don't really have an authentication flow outside of what is provided by Payload CMS. So I like what comes out of the box for the most part, but all right. So for some reason my chat's just freaking out here. All right, that's better. So I need to set up OAuth within each of my platforms. And I really just don't want to do that right now. It seems like it's a little bit of overkill right now, but I'm gonna do it. Let's just do it. But I know that this is gonna have some. Well, how long do I have? I got 10 more minutes in me. So we'll do. We already did this part, so that's good. We already have our sign in. So the last thing I need to do is add these over. Oh, so when I added this plugin, it did overwrite my users collection. So we're going to have to fix this before I call it quits anyway. All right, so we're going to go to what I'm doing right now is just going to my env file. Where's my local? I don't want that in here. All right, and so then I need to, just the step-by-step, it's not. So we can go to how to set up sign up with auth.js. I have not blacklisted URLs. I don't know if anybody else has. Doesn't seem worth it. All right, so we're not going to follow that tutorial. All we need to do is just register our app in GitHub. So we're going to do that. So if I do left here, we'll do, well, I need this open. Go to GitHub. Is this even the right? It's not the right one. Please hold. Ugh. I hate when, so I love password managers, but I hate password managers. There we go. Okay. So now we'll go to settings. I'm probably going to have to actually undo all of this anyway. OAuth apps, new OAuth app. And then we'll do payload, not payload, payload CMS. I don't really have one of these yet, so maybe this will work. All right. So this should be it for local. All right, so I'm going to hit register application, which I assume is going to show me stuff that I can't show you. All right, so we now have okay, we have an ID, which I assume is what this is looking for. And then we've got a secret, which I need to generate. That should all be good. Get rid of that. What is this? Sorry. Get rid of this over here. Do left. Try to keep some of the stuff that I'm doing on the screen. So let's not have this right now. All right, so then perfect. So did all that. So now if I go not to sign in with Google, but sign in with GitHub, continue. So now I need to figure out how do I create my first account, because that's missing now. So maybe that's written in our documentation over here. So getting the payload session. Weird. So I don't see, because the problem is when I sign in with GitHub, I have not signed in before. So I get redirected saying, like, this user does not exist on my user collection yet, so it can't verify and log in. So then I need to be able to sign up with GitHub. Let's see, basic. That's not important. Auth type app. Oh no, so I need to go to payload. Oh, so maybe it's not that. Oh, hold on. So we have payload, then we have API. Nope, so that's right. Admin. So app. Well, auth, API, auth. Well, I'm not having an issue with that. But we have app, and then here's a different idea. So source, we'll look at our payload config here in this example. So it just goes auth.js plugin, users, yes, so that makes sense. So then in their auth config, which is what I copied. So then how do I well, this would actually be helpful. So if I do, I might have to come back real quick and change this to be auth customers. Okay. So this can work because I will be able to have multiple collections, which I probably should have read this a little bit more in depth before just jumping in. But I would need to be able to, so for general users, let's start there. If we go to source, collections, we've got customers and admins. So auth customers config. GitHub callbacks, okay. So we've got a customers, and then in our auth admin, user collection slug admins. So what if I instead do this, and then in our auth config .ts, I can do, oh, it's not this. Oh, it's the with payload one, so that would be here. This one I want to do, we'll say customers. No, I don't like this. Okay, so this is becoming a little too much right now. A little much. So what I think I need to do is add our auto login back in, and then get rid of our auth plugin, because there are a couple things happening here that I need to figure out. And the first one is, how do I sign up for the first time? Because I need to do that. Wrong. Not where I want to go. Oh. Have so many errors now. Okay, get rid of this, and then we can go up to our rich text, converters index. This is from one of the other plugins that we looked at. All right, so that's good. Admin login. Oh, hold on. So if we go back to our payload config, where's my auto login and why didn't it work? Go away. All right, so a few things may have happened here. So hold on. So auto login. So that's working, or at least it's on. Why can't I refresh and get rid of this? Okay, whatever. All right, so we will get rid of this middleware. Refresh. Nope. Okay. So let's just get rid of everything that we've done so far, because this will come in handy for like multiple collections where I can do a customer and I can do admins. Payload config. Get rid of this as well. And then up here I added all of that. So I don't need you. Man, so this really jacks some stuff up for me. So localhost, admin login. That's the wrong. I need dev at payload cms.com. Do test. So still not letting me log in. What else have I added here? Well, first let's that was the wrong one. But restarting might actually help. So, note to self, unless you know what you're doing setting up auth and you can find a way to log in, don't do what I just did. Either way, we're back in. I still can't get rid of this Bitwarden notification. But that might not be an actual issue here. So, or maybe it is. Anyway, all right, so here, let's do this. There, now I can see stuff and do stuff again. So let's get rid of that. Yeah, so then I can see my users, all of them are back. So the thing that needs to get figured out in order for me to use this, and it would be easier with a new project, is signing up using my so like it was not hard setting up the OAuth. That was easy. And then getting everything configured, easy, no problem. Getting all of the auth collections in, no problem. So now I just need to figure out how to sign up using my Next.js, auth.js flow, which works with GitHub, that's fine. And either have it so it's just for customers where they log in and then I just keep using Payload CMS, but regardless, they need to, like, I need to find a way to sign up a, well, maybe it's just I didn't no, I see this is my GitHub email anyway, so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense why I wasn't able to do what I needed to do, but I'm not too worried about it. It's okay. I will survive. So thinking this through, I would like to, now I'm really just thinking about it because I have been trying to figure out, well, how do I want to handle if I was going to do a new app or a new project where I'm going to do like my rhyming dictionary or the library. I don't really know what I'm going to do yet. But with that new project, I'm going to need admin users and I'm going to need customer users. And in those customer users, I would prefer to have a way for like account management where they can manage their subscription and all of that using the Stripe plugin. So there are a few things that I need to figure out here to make sure that I can do what I want to do. So very helpful, very easy to set up with that plugin. So I'm going to do a little bit more research into authentication, even if I need to do this kind of authentication or if Payload CMS is enough. So there's a lot that I don't know about authentication in general, so I'm looking forward to digging more into it, both with this plugin and with Payload CMS's default tools. But I enjoyed watching, or not watching, I didn't watch this. I enjoyed reviewing those plugins, which again, I'll put in the description so you can check them out, including the one that I just struggled hard with. But, you know, it can't all be all fun and games, but it was crawler, yeah, payload, don't want to go all the way back. Payload auth.js. So I'll put that in the description so people who watch this in the future can see it. But I really enjoyed looking through all these plugins. The Payload community is amazing. Being able to create and share, and even like stuff like this that I'm able to do because of the Payload community and the assistance that I get as well. So very excited to continue creating in this space. Next time I will stream is most likely Wednesday. Actually, it's definitely Wednesday. I'm going to put that up in the schedule now. And I will not stream tomorrow, so it'll be Wednesdays and Sundays from as here on out. I'll probably mess with the time on Sunday. It seems like this time didn't work for a bunch of people, but it seems like a little bit later does. So we will think on that and figure out what we do for next week. But yeah, so if you want to see more videos like this, let me know, where I'm just reviewing community tools. Next time we'll start a new project, or we'll refactor a current client's website, just depending on the closing of the poll. If you haven't voted in the poll yet, you can do that on my channel, where I ask if you'd rather see me create a new project from scratch or refactor an old project that is a real client's website. So instead of doing that boilerplate that I was working on, actually working on a real in-production website live on the stream. So these are the options right now. I'm always open to suggestions, so if you have any comments or questions, feel free to leave a comment. I just got a comment the other day or yesterday about Motion.js, or just motion, Framer motion. So I'll be looking into some ways to utilize that even in my next project, or just on a live stream as I review tools. So if you have other plugins, let me know. If you have other things you want me to review or to struggle through like I just did with this one, let me know. But I enjoyed going through, especially the blur data URLs for images. That was really cool. It just worked pretty much straight out of the box. So that one was cool. The image search was nice, but I need the ability to attribute the photos. So that's just one missing feature there, but I think that's very easily fixable. And then I also did the rich text text color and font size feature, which was cool to mess with. And I do enjoy that you have the ability to set the array of default colors, so it's not just a color picker, but I'm able to like set the theme colors for the people using it. And then this one that I just worked on, Payload auth.js, it was really easy to set up the core functionality of it. For me, just to do this live and to not be able to mess with it made it a little bit more difficult to actually get it working for what I wanted it to, which was really, I want to be able to log into the Payload CMS, like my dashboard, using auth.js. So I may try it with the new project coming up. I may not. We'll see. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel. If you want to get more content around Payload CMS, Tailwind that I'm working on now, Next.js, all of that, content like this, live coding and troubleshooting, I'm here for it. So that's it for today. I'll see you all on Wednesday. And again, thanks for watching. All right, here we go. So we will be working on a new project today. I put out a poll, and it seemed like the new project won over trying to refactor an existing project, which kind of makes me sad because I wanted to work on that existing project and get it kind of up to snuff with some of the best practices we've been going over. So It's fine. We'll come back to it, I think. But the poll was pretty resounding, as in it's time to build a project from scratch. And I've been hearing about it for quite a bit, of asking like, how do we get started with a brand new project using Payload CMS, using Next.js? And I'm actually going to throw Tailwind into this as well, because I don't want to spend too much time like building out a design. I don't plan on doing like a Figma mockup or anything like that. So we're just going to go straight into it using Payload as the back end, and then we'll use Tailwind, Next.js, and all of that stuff. So excited to get into that. And so what we'll be building is, I've had this idea for an app for a while where we're going to make an alternative rhyming dictionary. Alternative as in, like, there are a couple of good rhyming dictionaries out there that just do perfect rhyme. And perfect rhyme isn't something that makes good poetry. It's not something that makes good songwriting. And so I wanted to build a project that can help do more complicated rhymes. So that is what we're going to work on today. And there's a couple things about language that I don't know, but I'd rather build an imperfect project than wait until I know everything and build that project. So it's also going to be limited to American English, and specifically my dialect of American English. So ideally it's useful, but regardless, doing the project itself is going to be useful. So we're going to go ahead and get started now. I've talked enough. So we're going to change directory. I don't know if I should do that too often, but it should be desktop. That's really loud in my ear. And then I should have a JavaScript folder. And then we're going to run npx create payload app and run through the steps there. Yes, we will proceed with that. Project name is going to be rhyming project. And we're going to take the blank payload template, MongoDB. Rhyming project is fine for the MongoDB connection string. And now I should be able to open that project in here, desktop. I'm going to move this over just in case. I don't think we're going to see any files that we shouldn't, but you never know. And then I can open that trust project in this window. So now we've got a fresh install of, not Python, of, I'll run all that stuff in a second, but all of this is just Payload. And so there is a front end with styles and a page. So this is, what is this? Well, let's try running this. Just looks unfamiliar to me. So let's first check. So that should be all latest, and I'll do that in a second. Okay, perfect. So this should be right. Let's go ahead and in our terminal also run our Tailwind installation. Yeah, all this is essentially going to go away, but we're going to load stuff up first. And then why is that taking so? Oh, it's npm, that's why. Stop it. All right, so let's do this again, but do pnpm, and instead of install, we'll do add. npm add. Okay, so I need to run pnpm I global pnpm. This is new. I've never had to do this before. Here, let's just do PMPMI. What is happening? This is not supposed to happen on the the initial project setup. But let's take a look real quick. Dang, man, I keep pressing the wrong button. All right, so I'm just on another screen real quick, making sure that this is the right folder. And I believe it is. It definitely is. So what's with all of the errors? So pnpm dev, pnpm ig pnpm, unable to find global bin, run pnpm setup. Okay, and then pnpmi, .6. What's going on? Okay, so this is, maybe, did it install everything? pnpm dev. Expected version. So I think I just need to, yeah, expected version got 8.6. Install pnpm. This is the first time I've ever had to do this, so I'm very confused here. Okay. Here, let's try using Homebrew here. Okay, let that run its thing. Have another sip of tea. Oh, it's already done. Let's do pnpm dev now. No. Very interesting. Can I just run npm run dev? All right, this is very strange, everyone. So I've installed. Here, let's go all the way up and then try this again. Okay, so that doesn't matter. I'm planning on making a rhyming dictionary as soon as I'm able to get pnpm running. So my version of pnpm is too low, it seems. Is my node? No, node is most up to date. All right, so all right, let's do installation again. Oh, it's right here. POSIX in a Docker, installing a specific version. Here, let's get rid of node modules, and I'm gonna do that in a different screen. Move to trash. And we're gonna try this again. I honestly can't believe that this is doing this to me. So I may have to check package manager, but if I can do pnpmi, all right, so do I have some other kind of lock file? No, so if I do this now, no, still won't work. Okay, what is this VS Code? I don't need that. Scroll up, I think there was a way to get a select version of pnpm. So all I'm seeing is the version that it's expecting, and then of course in the package it says pnpm right there. So I wonder though if I can set it as my own package manager. Let's try this. But I bet if I go to, I have tried to do this project a couple times now. And if I do pnpmi here, everything just works just fine. So what is going on then? So this obviously isn't what I want. So this window. Oh, here, a select version. Yeah, so installing a specific version, I can do curl. Maybe if I get rid of the pin. Expected version 9, got, okay, so that's promising, I think. Here, just to see. 6.2. All right, we're making progress, everyone. Can't believe that took almost 15 minutes. I guess maybe it didn't. I talked for a little bit. All right, we'll see if this actually works, but I think it looks like it is. All right, so now if I run, oops, pnpm dev, let's see if things work now. Regardless, whatever loads up here on the home page is going away. All right, yay. Thank you for bearing with me, everyone. I don't know why that was so difficult. So now, did we install Tailwind? We did not. So let's do that now by doing pnpm add. Okay, so that's all good now. We can go to our styles where we're going to just delete all of that and import Tailwind CSS. And I'm going to do something a little different actually. So if we go to pre-flight documentation, this is actually how I want to import everything. And my linter is going to complain about that, so I'll put the layer at the bottom. And then I would like to adjust the base here. So do a couple of initial things where I want my H1. I'm really going to follow this. This is, and I can adjust this as necessary, but I want my headings to have a different size before I even get started. So that should be all good. now we have this, which I am just going to export a default function called page, which this is really the home page, but fine. So we'll return h1 words. Now we can go to our layout. We're going to import. Styles is already there, so that's good. React, we'll get rid of all this metadata later, but initially we should just come back down to pnpm dev. And we got words, but we don't have Tailwind, so we need to fix that real quick. What is this error? Hydration error. No biggie. Okay. So styles, import styles.css. Let's put this in the app folder. Refresh. Oh. Let's actually undo that. Okay, so Tailwind styles are not applying. And I wonder if this needs to be called globals. Oh, you see, the thing is, framework guides to Next.js. I need to add a few more things before this will work. So I was just doing the regular install guide. So here we'll need a few things here. So pnpm add, and then we're just gonna copy this and create a new file called postcssconfig.imjs. We're going to add that there, and now we should be able to add an import to source app, which goes into here, and then it says globals, but I wonder if globals is necessary. Oh, let's restart our development server. Yep, there we go. All right. So we've got Tailwind working. We've got Next.js working. Now let's see if we have Payload working. And then let's see what they give us as... Oh, we got to create our first user. So this is just a throwaway database at this point. So I will eventually host this, most likely through Railway. I may do Vercel. Regardless, it's going to be a Mongo database. But so I'm just going to create a test account, but it's just going to be my midlowwebdesign.com email address, which everyone has seen. And I'm not going to use that password. I'm just going to use something called, or something as like test. I'm going to create that. And then I believe I can do under admin, auto login. And we'll do username of my email address. And then password. Oh, that's the email. Okay. And so this is just going to allow me to log in without having to do anything different. So now I've got my user and my media. So now we can start building out our collections. So we've got some here. They don't put it in app. So we've got our collections. We're going to add a new directory, and then we're going to have words. And then I know that our so what I know about rhyming is that it happens on the vowel sound. So the reason that cat and bat rhyme is not because of the T at the end, it's the long A in the middle. So when we set up a word, that word needs to have the number of syllables that it has, and then for each syllable we need to put in a vowel sound for it. So that means that we're going to be using vowel sounds a lot, and there's only going to be a set amount of vowel sounds. So I could use a global here, but I'm going to use a collection, and we're just going to call it vowels. And then in both of these, we're going to add a new TypeScript file called config. And I should be able to just copy and paste this. And we'll start with words, because that's what's open now. And we're going to import type collection config from Payload, and then we're going to export a const called words, assign collection config, and open an empty object. This will take the slug word, so each one is going to be a word, and then we'll have an array of fields. And I think that'll be good enough for now, but we're going to need admin real quick. So admin is going to have use as title, and that's going to be, we'll call it just word. So here, our first field is just going to be type of text, which I always spell as test, and then a name word required is going to be true, and unique is also true. So no two words that are spelled exactly the same should have multiple records, so that's going to fix that issue. We do know that we're going to have, so we'll say name vowel sounds, and this is going to be type array. And so this is going to be an array because we need to check how many syllables there are. And so actually, the thing about words is that sometimes they're pronounced differently. Comfortable and comfortable is one example. So we're going to need an array of pronunciations first. So we'll do array, and then we'll do name pronunciations. And then I think we can do labels where singular is going to be pronunciation, and plural is going to be, I'm doing this wrong. I think it needs to be, we'll see here in a second, pronunciations. So labels, I believe, takes an array. Or maybe not. So let's close this off and add our fields. Yep, all right, so that's right. Now in here, we are going to have that other array, which is going to take, I should probably put it as an actual field first. So it's going to be type array, and then it's going to have a name of vowel sounds. And this is going to be in relation to vowels, which doesn't exist yet. So let's do this real quick. And so we'll come back to that in a second. And then underneath text here, we know that words that are spelled differently but pronounced the same may have different records, and those are going to be homophones. So we're going to need a new relationship field, which will be called homophones. Hopefully you guys are learning something about words today too. This will not be required, and it's going to be a relation to word. So here I think we need to real quick do payload generate types. Relation to. We'll have to come back to this in just a second as well. Regardless, we know that we need our vowel sounds array, which is right here. So we can do import type collection config from payload. We're going to export const vowels. Slug vowel uses title vowel. Text required true. Yes. Perfect. And so we can save this. Oh, I know why this didn't generate types. So in our config here, we need to add words and vowels. So now if I run payload generate types, we're going to see those types generated, and we should now be able to use relationship fields, vowel. Then up here, we'll do name homophone. required relation 2 word. Now why aren't you relation 2 does not exist? Oh, because this needs to be a relationship field. All right, so that means that the field actually needs to be, no, that's right. So nope, I need a type of array of type array. I can't type name of syllable, and then this is going to have fields. All right. So now let's take a look at what this looks like. So we run pnpm dev. Yeah, this is fine. All right, so we refresh. All right, so we've got our words and we've got our vowels. So our words are all here. We can add a pronunciation, which then is going to have syllables of vowel sounds, which we don't have quite yet. So let's replace some of these labels, maybe? No, let's not yet. So that looks all good. And then we can leave anyway, because nothing is actually there. And we can look at our vowels, and we can create a new vowel, which is going to have the vowel sound here. So I think we need to have this be I'm trying to think of how this can be like a select field. So we're going to select the specific vowels. And so I don't know if we actually need a vowels collection, because what I could do is an option value, like select drop-down field, instead of a relationship field, which should make things easier. So what I'm trying to say is, instead of relationship here, we can do a select field, and instead of relation 2, we can do options, and then something like value options should actually be an array. And then we're going to have, yeah, that's a good sample of what I want. So we create a new word, pronunciation, we can add a syllable, and the vowel sound is going to be A, for example. So, but the value, okay, regardless, yes, I think this is the way to go. That way I don't have to query a relationship when I'm pulling in data. So I think this is good. But now we need to fill in our vowel sound options. And so I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I honestly have done this a couple times trying to figure this project out. So I'm just going to pull in our words.typescript file, not in that. Don't allow. Let me open this up in Visual Studio Code, and I will share my screen. And so I am just going to take, oh, we also need, so we don't need anything like a date. We also don't need anything like media. So we just need a slug, oh, text, which is going to have the name slug, which is going to be required. And I don't really need to put unique here because it should be unique. And then letting off a couple of hints here, but let's go ahead and get all of these options put in. Let's just select options and then get rid of those. A couple of things that we need to do as well is in our source, we can add, is source? Yeah, source. In our source, we can add a new directory, which will put our utilities. And we want to have a new TypeScript file called a slugify. We'll add that. And so I've done this a couple times already. So we will find our format slug, and I'm just going to paste this here. So what this is going to do is it's a field hook from Payload, and this data, honestly, so like I didn't just make this up. This came from, I think, Payload's website template in general, but now we can just use this as a field hook before validate to make sure that our slug is populated correctly. So we'll do hooks, and then we can do a before validate hook, and we're just going to add in our slugify. And then we can slugify our word. So we'll test that here in a second. The other thing that I want to pull from here is in our word. Oh, so it's not homophones. I guess it works, but homonyms is what I was actually looking for. Now here I have a before change hook to see what the last syllable is, and I did that so we can check for perfect rhymes and have those ready to go. And this is just going to be a field in the pronunciations array, and it's going to be hidden, so I think it's hidden anyway. Last vowel sound is not what I'm looking for. It should just be oh, it is vowel sounds. Okay, so vowel sounds before change, name, last vowel, type text. All right, so this stuff will make sense here in a minute as long as this works. So we have our pronunciation. Last vowel should be read only. So let's set that right real quick. Admin, I'll set this to be read only, set to true. Oops, sorry about that. All right, so let's start with any word. I see nice in there, so let's just do that, and we're going to pull in. It's one syllable. It's a long I sound. Ice. It rhymes with find. Nice, find. I. Okay? We're going to be doing a lot of that. All right, and so if I save this, something went wrong. Let's read the logs. So it's definitely going to be something in my hooks that I set up. And so type error. This here. All right, so syllables must not be the right. It is not. So we can do, so it's an array, it should be syllables, like that's pronunciations, and that's homonyms, word, slug, so those are both singular homonyms. So then I think we can do labels here, and we'll do singular, and this is probably already doing this, but I want to make sure. Plural, homonyms. Is there no labels for this? I guess not. All right, so that should be fine. Then we have array, text, last vowel, syllables, yes. All right, let's try that again. Refresh, leave page. All right, so we got nice, and then no homonyms, and then we're going to add our one syllable, which we found was find. And I save this. We have nice, we have the vowel sound there, and then we have the one syllable vowel sound as well. So all of our hooks worked just fine, and there's no other way that I know of how to pronounce nice, so that should be okay. Now up here we can clean this up just a little bit. Let's add a row. So we'll do type row. And since this is presentational, it's going to be unnamed, which means that I can still use text, or sorry, slug and word however I want to. Like if I want to filter on them in the back end, I can. Use this title up here is still going to work just fine. But now we can do our admin width, and we can do 50%. And then close off the object there. And that's going to make at wider screen sizes a little bit better anyway. So smaller screen sizes doesn't matter so much to me. But then also homonyms is probably a little much. Let's take our vowels away. So we're not going to use this at all. Let's delete that. And then we can get rid of vowels. We're going to have to get rid of the config up here because it no longer exists. And that should fix that. I don't need that. We'll come back to plugins as well. So let's go ahead and start building a to-do list. And we're going to do this in our layout, I think is probably the best place. So we know we want to add plugins, which will do SEO. I don't think we need to do nested. We don't need to do any of the community plugins that I tried the other day, like the blur. We don't have, like, we're not going to have a ton of images. I do want to leave the media collection in here, though, so we have it. So I also will want to add filters and pagination on our pages. And then to do replace metadata. Oh, SEO we'll need to do redirects as well. And live preview could be helpful. Maybe. We'll see. But we'll stick with those for now. Well, let's see here. We're already here. So let's look up plugins just so I can remember what's really available. We won't really need the form builder until later. I will want to take like community input of what words to add, since this is going to be a manual, like it's not taking from an API. It's going to be manual entry of these. We do want to do search, but we will need to wait. I think we'll put plugins down at the bottom. We don't need to do Sentry. We don't need to do Stripe right away. I am thinking about like premium content, like more complex searches, things like that. How do we put that behind a paywall? We don't need to do anything with yeah, so nothing with images and nothing with forms for now. Perfect. Okay, so why don't we try rendering something? So let's go, and we're going to add a new directory that we'll call Word, which is going to take another directory, which is going to be slug, and we'll do a new TSX file called page. So we'll add that, and then we're going to export an async function, not get server-side props, as much as that wants to do it. And this is just going to be Word. And then we need to do type args equals, I believe it's going to be, it's params, yes, slug. And it's going to need to be a promise. I have to remember how this is done. Promise, slug. And then we're going to do our params. We are going to do search params here as well. Params, promise. I feel like I'm doing all of this wrong. So let's look at the website templates right here. So we're just going to do that. Website template. Or yeah, let's just go here. Templates, website. I just sometimes have a hard time remembering what this does. Select of many to many relationships that support images. So like if you select the user, you want the avatar to show up like afterwards, or you want it to show up in the select dropdown as well? Params. Yep, promise slug string. Yeah, okay, so that's right. Oh, okay. So we need to do that. Params. Args. And then search params is also going to be interesting. Promise. Okay. We'll take its word for it for now. I want to select to have options with avatar before usernames. Either way, it sounds like you're going to need a custom field, which you can do with custom components. There's documentation on it, which is actually pretty good. Regardless, if you do that, you're going to have to replace all the functionality of that field and what that field writes to the database. So that's going to be a lift on its own. Yeah, all of that is a custom field. All right, so then we're going to do our const, which is going to be slug. We're going to await params promise. Yes, that's right. And then I would like to see what happens with search params as well. So we're just going to do const search equals await search params. And we'll see what we get there. I wonder if there's a search params promise. Not that it'll show me. Anyway, so we will then do return, and we'll just do right now, not that, a div. Yeah, there may be a way, if you, there's TypeScript types for all of the fields, so you may be able to just do a specific part of the field, but you'll just have to look into what that type contains. So like I would be able to import type, I think it's select field. Yeah, so there's, if you import the type of select field client component props, and then there's also the server, there's diff, there's error, there's label. So there's a bunch of different types you can look at to see if it matches what you need. So I would look at that first. All right, so let's take our slug here and have it just return the slug. And then, so this is going to be words, and we'll just do nice. Okay. Oh, it doesn't need to be words. It needs to be word, because that's not nice. All right, so word. The default export is not a React component. Oh, I need to do default, export default. Nice. All right, so now we can import get payload from payload, import config promise from payload config, and then we can we'll do it this way for now, but I will want to come back and do some cache revalidation and all of that, but a little complicated for what we're trying to do right now. So let's do const payload equals await get payload, and then we'll do config promise, and then oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Love to hear that. All right, and then we're going to do const. We're going to find our word, and we're going to do await payload dot find, and then we're going to do our collection of word where slug equals slug, and then we're going to then do the then thing, and then do res, and then res dot docs, and we're only taking the first one anyway, so there we go. So then we can do word dot word. So I wonder if we can actually, would I be able to do it this way? Word. I mean, probably, but does this make sense? Yeah, why not? So word, we'll want ID, we'll want pronunciations, and homonyms. So we can do our word, and then that should update to be uppercase. Perfect. And then let's start designing this up a little bit then. So, well, we can design the first one and then we'll start making some components. So in this div, we're going to do class name, and we'll do our, margin. Oh, why isn't my tailwind? Let's get our autocomplete ready with our tailwind real quick. Tailwind. True. All right, so tailwind. So we have our class name, and we'll do margin. Let's do 1. Okay, and then this is just the container. So we just want to get the container. So the overall container is fine. So we're going to set this to be main. And now we'll do a div within that and do another div here. So this will be like the full container. So we'll do class. This will be margin of 4. Then here we'll do class name of padding 4. Then we'll move our word in here, which is going to have the h1 tag. And then we want this. Well, let's actually, so all of our h1s should have font weight variable font bold. I think it actually might be text. Oh, it's font weight bold. All right, let's find it. So this is one thing about Tailwind is that things that don't quite make sense just don't make sense. So let's do font weight. So it's font bold. So that did make sense. Font bold, but it still says let's see if it just works. Does not. Okay, so font bold isn't quite right. So let's just do font weight 700. Nice. All right, so now we can start thinking about colors a little bit as well. So first things first is, so we have our H1, then, yeah, let's just get all of these in here. Oh, that's right, these are objects. So pronunciations, map. So we'll return our last vowel, and then we won't do anything for homonyms. But perfect. All right, so we have our ID, we have our pronunciations, and we just don't have anything for homonyms yet, so we're good there. So now let's think about this here, because we're going to need to do a div for our pronunciations, and this is only going to be, oops, pronunciations.length is greater than 1. If it is, we'll have this. That's very wrong. And so pronunciations needs to be required. So let's fix that real quick, because at least one pronunciation is required. So if we go back to our config here, we can do our pronunciations. There's not necessarily any homonyms, but we can then do required equals true. And then also our syllables is going to be required. So now, if we come back here, that should never be undefined. Perfect. So we've got pronunciations, but for now, we can just do if it equals 1. We want to be able to see pronunciations there. Let's just make sure that that worked. Yeah, okay. So all of this then is actually going to happen here, where we'll do another div. And that's going to put this in here. So we'll have, not this, because we'll do all of this in a map where we're going to have our pronunciations, again, not with an exclamation point, but we'll map to have our last vowel and our syllables, as well as an index and an array. All right, so that's quite a few things. What we're going to do in here is open that up. And yes, we'll have a div of key, but we'll do, yeah, we'll do the I. And then we'll do our syllables. Sure, yeah, we'll join them for now. And then I have an idea for the array number as well, but for now, let's just get this in there. So we're getting object.object, so syllables, or object. Let's get rid of the ID as well. We don't need that anymore. That's already rendering. So let's just put syllables out. Syllables dot vowel sounds. Oh, syllables dot map. Lots of stuff happening here with my autocomplete. And now we can do, yes, we'll just do a paragraph text. Let's actually do, no, that's fine. So we'll do paragraph, and then we can just add our syllable in there. Oh, then I need to add key of J. Oh, syllable dot vowel sounds. There we go. So we've got that. Now, just to test, we're going to open a new tab. We don't need these anymore, and we're just going to do our, not payload, we're going to do our local host, so we're going to do admin. And just for funsies, we're going to come in and do nice and add a second syllable that we'll just set as something that rhymes with cut, which we know is not true, but now we can see there. And so we have the vowel sounds as like that unreadable text for us. I would like it as the value instead, or the label. But I don't know if label exists on that type. So let's take a look at the API real quick. It does not. So if we go back to our config, we do have label, we do have value. Okay, so label, pit, value, long I. So this actually may be a case for using the relationship where I can do the label and value fields separately. Okay, I need to implement customer-related logic, including user account subscription forms, payment confirmation. Okay, I'm following along, Giovanni. Just as I go, I will see if I can work through your question as well. All right, so we have a bunch of labels and values in our syllables. And I would like our value. So I think you could use both. Payload has, I don't know if you're using Stripe, but Payload has a Stripe plugin. I haven't messed with it hardly at all, so I'm not sure if it'll do all that you need to do, but I mean, Stripe is built to handle customer-related logic, like what you said. The only one that it might not is user accounts, but then I would use like the actual user, like a user collection or an auth collection or whatever for Payload there. Okay, so thank you. Yeah, I will. All right, so I get the vowel sound there, but I would love to see the label and the value returned. So let's take a look real quick here at Payload CMS and see if there's an option in the select field. Options, I don't want has many. Don't need default value. Okay, so maybe I do need to use a relationship field here where I have these set as options within like a payload collection, because it doesn't seem like I can return the value or the label. I can only return the value, which I understand. No, not the enum name. Custom admin required, localized, default value, hidden, access, hooks, index. It's not that, validate, no. Options. All right, so I wish that it would save both the label and the value in the database, but I get why it doesn't. So we are going to have to build another collection. But why don't we take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. real hard to focus when you have to use the bathroom and trying to code. But yes, regardless, I don't think we can use the select field like I want to, because it's not going to take the options, the label and the value in my database. So let's go ahead and make a new collection that I was going to do anyway. So let's do new, my cheap cable here, directory. We'll do vowels. Then we'll do a new TypeScript file called config. And then we will import type collection config from Payload. Then we're going to export const type const vowel collection config. Then we'll do slug vowel, and then we can do we'll do fields, and the first field will be type of text, which we will call name label, and then we will add another one of these, which will be another type text, and this will be value. And then we'll use our admin use as title label, and then both of these are going to be required. If I hit save, we can then go back to our payload config and just redo what I undid earlier. And we'll take vowels, and then in our vowels, we'll come back to our API and do edit. Go back to our vowels here. We're going to create a new vowel. And then in words, we have everything we need. So our label is going to be this. And our value is going to be that. Save. And then we can create new. And if we didn't have these weird symbols, I would just be able to do everything I need, but here we are. Create new. And so I'm sure these symbols mean something, but really it's just a way for me to know the difference between different vowel sounds, or at least be able to make the distinction. But the main thing is that this label is what the word is supposed to rhyme with, so we'll stick with that for now. And yes, there is an easier way to do this, and I don't know why I didn't do just a script, which would have been way easier, especially since my options already have it in. I'm not going to stop what I'm doing just to try and make a script real quick. But we have everything we need here. Maybe I will. So let's do, so I'm starting here, but we're going to do under our root, we'll do new directory called scripts. And I do need to look up how to do this again because I've only done it once before, and it was on this project. We'll open it in a new window. We're going to go here, we have our scripts, which actually needs to move out of our root. So scripts should go into our, not our app, it should go into our source, right? Refactor. Yes, all right. So that makes sense. Now we need to do a new script.ts file, which we'll just we'll name the script. All right, so it's TypeScript. We'll call it add vowels.ts, and we're going to import get payload from payload. Do I need to get my environment variable? So just so you guys can see what I'm looking at here. This is, I saw somebody put this on like it's part of their plugin initialization, but I don't think I need to do all of what this is saying, because I just need to not update, I need to add. So what we'll do, I don't think I need, do I have any envs here? I do, but I don't need that. All right, so then we don't need sharp either. We don't need generated types, though I could use it, but we could just import type vowels from payload types. So we'll do oh, I need to generate types. No, that's right. Vowel in Word, just in case. But then we're going to do export const, add vowels async, do a little soft wrap there. Then I don't need any of that. And all we're going to do, like this is more intense than what I need to do, because all I need is to do, I need our values, which is going to be an array of our of our words from here. Perfect. And then we're going to do await. Oh, I gotta initialize payload first. So then we'll also do const, well, let's do it down here because I think I can just do all of this together. So const payload equals await. Hate when that happens. Await get payload. And then we need the config. But I didn't see them import the config. There it is. All right, so config, so I do need to do import config from payload config. And we're going to do config. And then we can do const, all right, no, I don't need to do that. I just need to await payload dot create in our collection vowel data should be values. Can I create many? All right, so we need to go back to our payload docs because there should be another create. Unless I need to just loop through it. Count, update by ID, update many. Delete many. Yeah, so I think there's only create one at a time. So that means I need to loop. So that I can do... Ugh. I feel like I'm doing algorithms at this point. So values dot map. And we can do, I guess, yeah, async value. And then in here, we're going to, well, let's see if I can just do a, excuse me, a for each async value. Then we will await. Okay, I actually understand what I'm doing now. So let's bring in the map again and just do this. instead of values, it should just be value, because it's going to bring in label and value as an object. And then I should, assuming I know what I'm doing, and I don't, we can await our add vowels and then do process.exit 0. Let's see what happens. Oh, I've got to do a secret key. We'll do that here in a second, but did this work? Does not appear it did. So let's add that secret key real quick. So pardon me as I go to my environment variables. Oh, there is a secret key. So that's already there. So I messed up something in the script then. So my guess is that I don't need async. I do need async. So then the value comes through as label string value string. And that should be right because we have our create collection post, data is required, and then it's going to be all right. So maybe I'm trying to be too much for this. So we need our label and we need a value, and the label is going to be our value dot label, and this is going to be our value. It says a secret key is needed, but we just saw the secret key. Let's see. Let's wrap this. Oh, maybe this is where, so we need load inv. Import load. We're trying new things out here. I've never done this before. I just copy and paste stuff sometimes. All right, and then does this need... Okay. I don't need types clearly. Okay, let's keep looking. So this is what we need then. Okay. So this is then updating media. So this finds the media. Just to make sure, create many. Nope, okay, so yes. Create, we have our collection vowel. The data is taking a label and a value, which is taking our label and our value here. And both of these should be strings, which it looks like they are. I wonder if I even need this. I do need that, because that is the actual script being run. So we're getting payload create, collection val, the data, all of that is right. The problem is that it's saying it's looking for a secret key, but I have secret key. Let's see if there's anything on this page. No, okay. So then, lastly, let's look here. Yes, I probably would have finished the actual number of vowels I needed to add if I just kept going with it, but this is good to know regardless. So, plugin configuration. This is generating the URL. I don't need that. So here, I need to do an async function, which is going to be add vowels. It is not going to be an arrow function. Okay, still an error. So now, let's go ahead and get we've got our config up here. Let's do config promise instead. Const media find. This is finding all the docs. So maybe we do for each instead. So we'll leave that here. So we'll do for const value of values. We'll then move this up here. So it's still something about a secret key. So maybe this is right and I just don't have the secret key being initialized, but I don't see it in here either. And this worked when I tried it. Const payload. I guess let's just try how they have it here. It's different. Missing secret key still. Okay. We're here to try and find things out, huh? Collection, vowel. We're not updating, so I don't need the ID. Here, I think I have the server still running, so let me see if that messes with anything here. Error, missing secret key. All right, let's Google it. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Payload, CMS, missing key. in script. Maybe the name is wrong, so let's do our environment payload secret. That is the right name. Oh, it's me. Here, let's try get rid of that. Though you could probably see those secrets. It's not going to be the end of the world. So let's do pnpm dev. Yeah, I don't really understand what is happening because I'm essentially doing the same thing as this here. So we have our environment variable being loaded. We don't need to import our generated types to get our collections. We're not generating the data URL because that is what that's doing. So this is what we need to be focusing on. So that's the same. I should be logging things. Let's try that. So for const, let's log our value. It's payload.logger.info. So we don't even get anywhere. So let's do payload.logger, adding vowels. Payload doesn't exist here yet. Well, that's always frustrating, isn't it? Oops. Let's just do log starting. All right, so it gets to here, and then we have an issue. Import config from payload config. So config should be fine. Can we log config? So we only get starting. There's something very, very wrong, and I don't actually know how to fix it. Because we should just be able to do this. But anyway, it was a fun experiment. Maybe I can figure out how to do scripts eventually, but if the problem is it doesn't even get to payload, I don't even know how to fix that. Oh wait, our async function, that, yes, that's all right. Yeah, so like it makes it here and then it's over. All right, so let's finish adding in these vowel sounds then. I am declaring defeat. Maybe the scripts folder is in the wrong place. Let's put it in the root. Nope. Okay. So let's just finish this up. I'm taking too long now. I had another idea. So let's go ahead and get rid of these. And what I can do, save that, and just run this on this page. Nope. On our slug here. So I should just be able to do here. We don't need. And then if we go here, all right, so I have no idea if that worked. Go back, we've got 3 pages, 21. So I don't know if I can recommend what I just did, but we got there. Let's make sure that this sorts right. Oh, I guess I can just see, make sure there's no duplicates, which there shouldn't be, and then we're done with the script. All right, so we got there in a weird way. Okay, let's delete that script file. And then we're going to come back into our words. And in our words config, we can do, instead of our vowel sounds, we're going to have to change our last vowel as well. But we can change this to be a relationship, where we're going to have relation to our vowel sounds. Take all of these options away. Save, and then this is going to do stuff. So we should all right, let's refresh, see what happens. Untitled. Okay, an error has occurred. So vowels, I should have used as title as label, so the value shouldn't be an error here. So let's go back to our vowels. We've got our label and our value, and those look okay. If we go in here and do API, we see label and value. Go back to our words. Let's just delete this. That's going to be the best option, I think. All right, so first let's undo all of that. Now, let's redo all of that. Do nice. Add pronunciation. Add a syllable. Well, let's do the actual one. Find, hit save. Now we should be able to refresh. Collection where. Okay, slug. Let's refresh the server. But I think, oh, here. Let's go ahead and do nothing here. Just to get things refreshed and back in. Unexpected me. Oh, so let's just get rid of all of this here. Dang, man. And pronunciations. Cannot destructure property word of. All right, so let me uncomment all of these because I'm just going to uncomment or comment all of this out. So all I get is word. Oh. I just spelled my name. Nice. All right. So that is back. Whew. All right. So that was rough. So let's then fix our last vowel sound. Read-only field there. So it's taking the ID, but I don't want the ID. I want the label. No, I want the value. We'll see if it can give me that. Okay, let's do log. Oops. Have I? All right, so reload. All right, so we're getting we're gonna need our payload object because we're going to need to do await. So we'll do last const last syllable. I think I can just do no. Let's do it right. Const last syllable is equal to await payload. Oops, get rid of you. We're going to do our collection of payload dot find. Should be vowel where ID equals this. And that's what we're going to return, so I'm just going to make this a little bit more simple. And then let's do that wrap there, hit save, refresh. Something went wrong. Oh, I have the doc. Okay. Then docs 0. Oh, can I do find by ID? There we go. So I don't need where, I just need ID. Okay. Then I can do my then res dot label. Refresh, leave page. Oops, save. There we go. Find, but actually I need value. A whole bunch of mess just to get to this. There we go. All right. So now we're set up well for the future, which is what's important here, because I should just be able to do this again. It's right there. I see it. Import type vowel. Okay, so we have vowel sounds dot vowel sounds. So here we're going to have a type issue. So let's see if we can figure this out real quick. And then, yes, it's time to call it quits. All right, so vowel sounds. I think I just do type of vowel sounds does not equal string. Oh boy, okay. So I need to do label. Well, I guess value. There we go. All right, so now we just have a type error, possibly null or, and then here we need to do type of vowel sounds does not equal string. Okay, so our type error is gone. All right, so we've started our project. We've got stuff rendering on the front end. We will have this. If it's greater than 1, it'll return the pronunciations. But for now, it just has nice. So why don't we do one rhyme first? One rhyme, and then we'll call it quits. So we can do const. And then we'll do the same thing. So we'll have, actually, we'll just take the word, and then we'll await payload.find. And we're going to take our collection word, where oh, so no. So we need, all right, so we'll do rhymes. And then we'll do where the, dang man. All right, so const last, oh wait. Const last vowel equals pronunciations dot I should have pronunciations just dot last vowel. Oh, right. Okay, so yes. So pronunciations is a map, or is an array. So we'll need to treat it like an array. But now we can do where pronunciations dot last vowel is equal, or equals last vowel. All right, so that shouldn't do anything yet because we don't have anything, but we can do another div. We can do an h2 rhymes with word, and then we can do another div and then do an unordered list and take our rhymes and then do perfect. I think I can do, I don't have ID here actually. Cool. So there's not going to be any rhymes yet, but we should see rhymes with nice, and then we have nice. Oh, so that means we also need to do where. Yeah. Okay. So where word. What? Oh. Word not equals to word. So then nice should go away. Yep. Okay. So now we can then do create a new word. This word, what rhymes with nice, we can do ice. That's an easy one. Add pronunciation. Add a syllable. Find. Hit save. Same syllable. Sound. Bam. Ice. Now we can make this even more interesting very quickly, actually. So instead of doing a list here, let's just do a get rid of the unordered list. And instead of lists, we're gonna do we can do a, and then do href, and we can do word, and then it's word slug, and then let's style this up a little bit. So we're gonna do class name, and we're gonna do border. Well, so yeah, border, and then we'll do border. Let's do something like a deep purple. And we'll do padding of 2. And then here we're gonna do class name, and we can do flex wrap. And then, so maybe not that deep of a purple. We can do 400. Yeah. And then we can do border, or I think I can just do rounded, I think is what it is. So rounded to XL. So let's do px2, py4, margin 0. Oh, let's do that opposite, px4, py2. There we go, and then here we can do a margin top 4, nice, and then we can even do a hover, where we'll do border border transparent, a hover text purple. Oh no, wait. So this should be text purple 50. And then hover, we'll do BG purple 400. I think we can do text purple 400 here. Then I think that's good. And then of course we'll want to do transition. Probably not 500, honestly. Hover, transition, and then hover, transition, 500. Oh, duration. Ah, I knew that. Duration. So yeah, definitely not 500, but we can do something like, I think 200 would work just fine. But now if I click on this, it brings me to rhymes with ice. So great. What'll end up happening is we'll probably turn this into a table. I just don't know what's going to look the best yet. As soon as we add more rhymes. So this is going to work for now, but I'm not going to spend too much more time like working on this being a cool thing. So I don't actually need to do the border transparent there because it shouldn't change. Perfect. Okay. So I think this is a good stopping point. We started a project. We've got the bare bones of the back end ready to go. We haven't done anything with any plugins yet. We don't know how the words are going to look big yet. So let's go to our layout. We are going to do add a few words of varying length and pronunciations. Add those words to the front end. Determine layout of the front end. And I say that because we can either use a table or flex chips like how we have here. And either way, we are going to do pagination. But then also maybe we want to do, like if we loop through our pronunciation, we can then return the rhymes at each syllable, which gives us that multisyllabic rhyme that I'm actually looking for. So it's going to help us find some more interesting rhymes like shadow, battle. The first syllable of each of those words is actually what rhymes. And then, yeah, so it's a whole thing that I'm trying to figure out. So this is a good start, though. We've got 2 words put in. Ice rhymes with ice. Let's make that a little more clear before we wrap this up. These rhyme with, and I can actually do something like, let's do a span here, do a class name, do text. Can I do gradient here? Gradient. I wonder. I forget what it's actually called. So font color is probably going to be what I'm looking for. Or let's just look up color real quick. Yeah. I wonder if there's a different purple. I mean, fuchsia, violet. Let's do violet instead of purple. Give it a little bit more saturation, I guess. But can we do things like, not opacity, I would like to do where we can do like a color gradient on text, but I don't remember how to do that. So let's just Google it real quick. Color gradient on text using Tailwind. Okay, so let's do this real quick, and then I promise we will actually call it quits. So here for the span, we can do BG gradient to bottom right, and we can do from our violet 950 to violet 400. Sure. Let that refresh. Okay, we see that. And then we can do BG clip text and text transparent. And that's looking better. And then we should actually do font extra bold, perhaps, to make it a little bit better to see. And then they put letting normal. We can do that too. I don't know if we actually need to, but it looks like some characters may get capped otherwise. So I like how that looks, and I think we'll call it quits here. So again, we it's so hard for me to stop when I get started. These rhyme with that, but what we can actually do is put all of this and do rhymes for because that makes more sense to me. So rhymes for ice, rhymes for nice, and then even our H1 could be a little bit bigger. So we'll go to our styles and we'll do 4XL maybe. Yes, perfect. Okay. So now we have stuff rendering on our front end. We kind of picked a little bit of a style, a little bit of a color that we want to use. We have this nice accent that we're using for our main text. Yes, it looks like it's a dynamic field. That's because it is. We will start here, I think, next time, where we're going to come in and add some more complicated words. So we're going to add a few words that both rhyme and don't rhyme to make sure that we've got our filters set up correctly. Then we're going to find out ways to add those words to the front end. Do we just throw them all out there like this and then have like a bunch of chips? Or do we do a table with pages? Both are valid options. I'm not sure exactly what we want to do quite yet. And then we'll also want to see, like, I guess tangentially to that and also similar to that, we want to see, like, well, do we go through each pronunciation? So comfortable and comfortable, for example. Comfortable has 3 syllables. Comfortable has 4. Both are common ways to say it. Both should be covered. So we can have different groupings where it says this word may rhyme with the first syllable in this pronunciation of comfortable, or this word has the same last vowel as the third syllable of comfortable. So there's a lot of complicated logic that we need to figure out as we go. But I kind of have a general idea of what the design is going to look like, so I don't think that's a big deal. And as we go, like, we'll add filters, I think, up here, where we'll want to be able to push like a search query beyond just pages. We want to be able to see, like, maybe we can figure out how to sort by which syllable the number is. So, and we would do that through like running arrays, which would work with, I think, tables. So there's a lot of things to consider here, and I just haven't thought that far ahead yet. But I do think this is a good place to stop. I've been going for a little while. I typically stop after about an hour and a half, but here we are almost 2 hours in. So I do want to thank you all for those who stopped in to subscribe and like the video. I really appreciate that. Check to make sure you are subscribed so you can see whenever I go live. Wednesdays are definitely the days that I go live. I think most people who would watch my content are on around then. I'm trying to figure out the second day. So I want to stream 2 days. Wednesday is definitely it. And I don't want to do Friday or Saturday. Sunday was okay, so I may do Sunday again, but it may end up being either Monday or Tuesday. So if you have an opinion, maybe I'd like to hear it. We can see what works for most people, but Wednesdays seems to work really good right now, so we're going to go for that. And I know I have to start a little bit later, but that's, life. So we're trying to figure out what that second step is, but I think this is a good start to starting a project. We installed Payload. We had some issues with PNPM to start, but we got that figured out. If you have issues with PNPM, check that out. We installed Tailwind and made a few customizations, so great start there. We built out our collections, so our words and our vowels are done. I don't know what other collections we're going to need. We may need more, but right now we have that. We have the users, of course, and then we have our media. Things that we need to keep considering. I need to put my screen back up real quick because we also want to make sure we can do auth for customers and for admin. So doing that is going to enable us to make sure that we can have something like premium content on this, like either like ad-free or support the creator or whatever it is. Just something where we can have its own like user authentication flow. So I've got big ideas for this project. But anyway, so yes, we've got our collections done. I don't know what globals we're going to need yet. We're going to need some of like the tracking stuff and like general stuff that goes into the header. I don't know what kind of schema markup we're going to need. So there's a lot of things to figure out that we're going to figure out as we go. Design is one of the things that we're also going to figure out as we go, which is why I'm using Tailwind. I didn't want to sit down and like build out a whole design plan, but I can let Tailwind kind of handle most of that for me. So as we go, we'll build out components. We'll build out things like that. We'll build out like the search. Search is going to be a huge part of this. Like people are going to need to be able to just search for the word and not just, like click and figure out how to find the word that they're looking for and how it rhymes. We may even do filters by vowel sounds at the certain syllable. So all that to say, lots of ideas up here. Time to get them out over here. So if you have any preference to the second night that I stream, Wednesday is always it, but I'm always open for suggestions for the second night. And then, make sure you're subscribed, like this content, share it with others. If you, I have new video coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow's video is a cut up of one of the live streams that I did in the past. So if you're watching this, bear with me in that video because that is past me doing work that I know how to do now. And then, of course, I have my tutorials that come out every Tuesday, my Payload tutorials, and then I started working on Tailwind stuff as well. That will be coming out on Wednesdays for this foreseeable future. So that's it for this one. Thank you all for joining. See you on the next one. Yep, started a couple seconds early. Oh well. What's going on, everyone? How's it going tonight, today, this evening, this afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are watching? It's good to be back on this rhyming dictionary, which hopefully, everything looks like it's going well. But hey, what can I say? I got a little too excited, had to jump in 15 seconds early, but we're here now. Thankful that you all are joining us. I did mix up the music a little bit after some, feedback that I've been getting about the music in general. So hopefully this is a little bit more laid back, a little more calm. It's just hard to find good music these days, as y'all know. But what we did starting last time is we started working on a rhyming dictionary. And so we're going to continue that work. And it's not really about building the rhyming dictionary. It's about building an app. So I don't want it to just be like a regular static website. What I want to do is create something that people can log into, something that people can interact with, and even start building out like a way to sign up, use the Stripe plugin with Payload CMS, and create like a full experience web app. So we're going to jump in with a few of the to-do list items that I had, which is really testing out what we have going on now. So we didn't get very far. We did have a couple of issues leading into the stream last week, last Wednesday. So we got those sorted, but now it's about like building out the functionality of the site. So I'm excited to get right into it. So I'm gonna share this here, I think one thing I want to check first is I do want to turn on the turbo and see if this works. So I haven't had a ton of issues ever since I upgraded my machine getting like fast compile times, but you know, nice to have. All right, so we have our words, then we've got admin. So let's see what we have in admin right now. Okay, I don't know. Oh, it's auto login. The following path cannot be queried. Username. All right, let's fix that real quick because I don't want to have to keep logging in. It's kind of a hassle. So, where payload config, auto login. Is it not username? Should I do email? I think I just need to do email. Yep, that made it easier. Perfect. All right, so we have ice and nice. So if I go to localhost, then we can do ice. That's completely wrong. Ice. Words ice. Word ice. There we go. So we have our rhymes for ice and then our rhymes for nice. So a couple of things that came up that I wanted to work on. And so I do want to say that I don't know if the turbo did anything for me, but that's neither here nor there. So first, let me pull up my stream ideas checklist. And I do want to see, well, first, I promise I'll get back. My brain is moving in a bunch of different directions right now. So let's go to our layout. We also want to make sure that we handle when word isn't found, because I can still return the, like we can return a page, I can return things like definitions through the dictionary.com API, things like that. So if we handle when the word isn't found, instead of returning a 404 for that, I can do a request form like, hey, I want you to add this word, and then also here's the definition for the word. So definition for word and add word form. So that is what I wanted to add. I just took a couple notes throughout the week, so had to make sure I got those written down. And now I want to change the design here just a little bit. So we're not going to get too deep into design quite yet, because the first thing that we need to do is just add a couple of words of varying length and pronunciations. So I just wanted to make this into more of a pill rather than an actual like just rounded corners. So if I can find, we got border, I should have rounded 2XL. So if I do rounded full, I get a nice full round, but the padding in this is too big. So if we do padding Y of 0, is there there must be a margin on. So that's much better in my opinion, but I'm wondering if that means that there is a margin on this, and there probably is, and I'm just missing it. Margin, there's not. So it's just how it looks. Totally fine, looks good. I click ice, and now it's going to make it way easier to put a bunch of words up on the screen. All right, so, oops, wrong button here. All right, so now let's actually get to our agenda here. So I'm going to add a couple of words. So let's create a new word where we're going to put in compromise. Slug is going to auto-generate. Then we can do com, which is going to rhyme with this is where it gets difficult because I have to choose what it actually rhymes with. So cut, pat, pit, pit. So I need an sound here. Dog, calm dog. Yes. com pro, so it's a long O sound. O. Boot, no, home. And then my's, I. So we need an I sound, which rhymes with find. So really what I could also do is add each of these vowel sounds in here. So if I do, word is dog, and then we're going to put in the vowel sound dog. Save that, and then create a new one, find, and then homonym. I don't think we're going to do any past tense things, so we'll just do find, because F-I-N-E-D is also, I have to. All right, so save. Let's see if I can duplicate this. Yep, so find, slug, homonym is find, and I can hit save there. And if I go back to words, can go find and then do our homonym of find here, hit save. Perfect. And then the last one I did, compro, so home. I'll add home. And then add the syllable of home. And then hit save there. Perfect. All right. Okay, so we have a couple of words now. None should really pop up for this. Oh, I guess it will. All right, so I'm glad for that as well, because we need to fix the spacing here. And that's why we added a few words here. So all of these, compromise, ice, compromise. So going off of the vowel sound, that would technically rhyme. Nice, ice, compromise, ice, find, ice, I find. All right, I can't wait to watch the transcript of this video. Okay, so we have flex wrap, then we just need to do something like gap 1. It doesn't need to be a big gap. Yeah, so now if I click into each of these, all of the pages should be just fine. Find. Okay. So for this, we have 3 syllables, and all of these rhyme on the last syllable, which is fine. That's good. So pronunciations, not quite what we're looking for. So I'm trying to think this through here. So if I do is greater than, but if not, we can then return these syllables, which is going to need its own div anyway. So let's put this down here, get rid of the key because that's not necessary. And then we need to do pronunciations 0, because this is assuming that the length is less than 1 or equal to 1. So that is our the syllable map. So here is where things start to get interesting. So this is the syllables of compromise. So that's what they come out to be. So what we'll want to do is for each of these, so vowel sounds, what is this? J, okay, so I need to change this to I real quick. No biggie. All right. So what I'm trying to change here is we'll want to make this into, I guess, maybe just for now, it just needs to, just needs to be a paragraph tag. So we'll do paragraph, and that way in here we can do an H2, which is going to be rhymes with the rhymes with syllable I plus 1 since we're 0 indexed. And then we need to do of word I believe so. We'll find out here in a second. All right. So now we have, we should reverse this. So can I just do a reverse here? So if I do array length minus I, yeah. All right, so now I have it so where it's going to be, if it's the last syllable that it rhymes with, that means that it's a perfect rhyme. So I just want to start with that and then go down. So the rhymes that people expect, and then to the ones that they may not quite understand or want or have. So, and I'm kind of just going for it at this point to try and think through, because a table could work for this as well, especially as we get into multiple pages. In which case, I would need to see, I could do something like here we can do a table and then a table head, sorry, then I forget how tables work. I haven't done a table in a long time. So let's take a look at HTML table. I could do this all as divs, but I mean, if there's a table, might as well use that. Oh, okay, so we can do table row. Okay, now I need to do t-head, I guess. All right, so now we need to do something like word rhymes on syllable. So then I could do this pronunciate, well, I guess this would be T body. And then here we'll want to loop through. It's just going to put a div in for now, and that's okay. But I can do T body and then a T row. And then I don't need this. And then P, I think, needs to be cell. What does it need to be? TD. Table data, I assume. So now we've got our word. Interesting. So I need a way. Row. I guess maybe I need to. Yep. So we'll try this, and then we can do rhymes on syllable, and again we'll do array.length minus 1. Oh, minus I. Okay. So that's not really what I want, though. What I want is for our table to return the words with a link. So what we need to do is probably create a new component. So in our front end, we're going to create a new directory component. I guess it should be components though. And then we'll do a new TypeScript file. It'll be TSX. And we will call this word cell, I guess. Then we'll export const word cell. It's going to be an async because we are going to do some querying. And then this then is going to need import get payload from payload, and then import config promise from payload config. And we're going to take a word which should be, let's see here. So it's actually getting a vowel sound. So what we need is to get a vowel. Let's do type vowel equals vowel. So maybe I don't actually need to do that. So if I do, let's do type props equals vowel, and then we'll take props is props. And then now here we are going to get our payload, await get payload config promise, and then we'll get our word and set this equal to await payload find collection word where vowel sound. So we need to go to the API and check this out. So where pronunciations dot last vowel is equals. What does it equal? Oh, it's going to be the props dot value. But none of this is quite right because I'm actually just going to take in a string. So I may be overthinking this a little bit. So just let's not even do that. So we'll do, just to make things easier for me. So I actually should take in, maybe instead we'll do props is a word, because we need to get our props dot pronunciations last vowel. Well, I do know also that we need to make sure that the slug not equals word, dang it, props dot word dot. All right, let's do, I think we just need our word, const word, equals props. All right. So we need our slug. Does not equal slug, and then we need pronunciation vowel. So I can do in, and then I can in our word that we receive. So I'll need vowel last vowels. It's going to equal props dot pronunciations dot map vowel sound, or I guess I'll just do, can I do last vowel, last vowel. So again, I don't know why this doesn't just work. Or maybe it does. And let's just go ahead and log our last vowels and see what happens. All right, so if I come back here and then I go, and we're just going to put in our, we need a return first. So we're going to return a link, not to, but href. Sure, let's import this link. So we're going to need this to be word, and then the slug actually is going to need to be word dot, let's do then, and process the response. We're only going to take one word at a time. Do word dot slug, word dot word. And so we might as well then do the table here. And then import our word cell. And this is going to take a word of, it should be word. Well, this is only taking the actual word itself, so I need the whole word, which means I shouldn't do this. All right, so let's do word, and then we can do word.pronunciations, word.pronunciations. Last vowel, okay. Still looking at things that broke. Word, not word. Rhymes seems to be fine. Oh yeah, so I already got rhymes. Oops. And then here's where some stuff broke, so I can add more here. Word. Oh, so this probably just syllables then. Yep, there we go. All right. Word.pronunciations should fix all of that. And then here, and then just passing in the word. All right, so we have an object coming in here. Cast to string failed for value. I mean, it's helpful, but where is the error? Let's see here. Let's log some stuff real quick. So, last vowels. Do we get that? All right, here we go. So at async word. All right, so 1 second here. Let's get rid of this and just return the table data. Station's last vowel, okay. So at async word, which means I'm here. Await payload find collection word equals slug. That should be right. Oh, rhymes. Okay. Not equals word dot word. All right, so there we go. There's that. And then I should be able to bring this back in. Redefine slug. All right, so I don't get anything here. So let's just do a paragraph test. Okay. Do a paragraph and then bring in our word dot word. Cannot property of word is undefined. So let's do log word. Last vowels are undefined. Okay. Which means that that's going to be undefined. So let's stop trying to be fancy here. Last vowel, last vowel. And then try that again. All right, so instead let's log our props.pronunciations. Okay, dot map, last vowel, last vowel. And this then returns last vowel. I thought I just did that, but I guess not. All right, so now this is actually what I'm looking for. So let's take all of this and replace that, which should then give me, there we go. All right, so now we see that we have a bunch of repeats, which is not cool with me either. But if I click into it, great. Find, all right, compromise. So we need this to receive a new, where did it go? Not word cell, here. So in compromise, which we're here in our pronunciations, word pronunciations, syllables reverse, map, vowel sounds. So what I'm passing in is the word, but I should be passing in the vowel sound. But it's not expecting that. So if I'm passing in the word, well, I'm passing in the main word here. So what I need to be passing in is actually, yeah, all right. So that means that I need to be working with the vowel sound here. So we're going to bring back in the vowel, which is not going to have the last vowel or pronunciations. What is it going to have? So it can't equal... All right, we got a couple things going on here. So we are going to first take in the word, which is going to be, oops. So we're going to have word, and then we're going to have vowel sound. So here, let's figure out why this is all kinds of jacked up. We will do word, and then vowel sound. Going to be a vowel, which I don't think that's quite right, but we will figure that out here in a second. So word, this is going to be get new word, get new word, and then slug is going to be from our word. And then last vowels is just going to be equals our word dot. So this is where things get weird. All right, so let's just set this to something that won't break, which this is going to break anyway. So what we have, we're bringing in our word to make sure that we don't get a repetitive word by filtering out the slug. So I have faith that this is going to be right, that get new word, all of that is going to be good. Now we need to make sure that the word that we're trying to get has the same last vowel sound as a vowel that I'm passing in, which then means vowel sounds should come in as a vowel. Okay. So vowel sounds. So then I can just do vowel sound. So now we can bring in our word and set that equal to word, and then vowel sound and set this equal to vowel sounds. My brain is breaking a little bit here. Vowel sounds. All right, so let's get rid of this real quick. Let's make some more room here. All right, so we have our vowel sounds dot vowel sounds, which this shouldn't work. Didn't think so. vowel sound dot value. Okay, great. So we have dog, which rhymes with the first syllable of compromise, home, which rhymes with the second syllable of compromise, and then find, which rhymes with the third syllable of compromise. Now, this isn't all of the words, though, because we know that find itself also does, which is right here. So we need this to return more than just the one doc, and then map them out, which can then be done with doing get new word dot map, and then we'll do word, put all of this in there. Whoops. Need to add a key here, which this can be, just add an I here. Get new word, so this should be just word. Okay. So I think then we need to bring this even further down. So where I have this table row, this I think actually needs to all be in there. So I'm going to add that in there. Get rid of the key and do table row. Okay, getting closer. And then if I get rid of this, and then take this and get rid of that. Okay, so we still need to figure out the type on the vowel sound, but I need to add array. Okay, so I'm glad we're figuring this stuff out as we go. So that is not right. So we just need to figure out, how do I find the syllable that this rhymes with? So we know that find, ice, and nice all rhyme with the last vowel sound of compromise, which is the third one. But I is going to get me some other stuff. So maybe I need to, let's first reverse. Nice, home, and dog should definitely not be index 0. Ooh, language is hard, y'all. All right, so what do we have? So rhymes on syllable. Oh, let's pass in then the syllable, which is going to be a number, which is going to be, in my case, I plus 1. So we come here and do syllable. And we take syllable as a number. And then here, just do syllable. There we go, and then unreverse this. So rhymes on syllable 1, and reverse it here. It is already reversed here, so let's unreverse that one here. All right, so a lot of stuff here that's not exactly what I want though. So if we reverse this again, so I need all of these to be 3, all of this to be 2, and all this to be 1. So I think I can do array dot length minus I. There, just like before. All right, so this makes sense. Find, ice, and nice are all rhymes with the same vowel sound. I'll stop using the word rhyme. The same vowel sound as the last vowel in compromise, then home and compromise, nobody really says compromise, so I'm going to come back to our compromise and change the middle syllable to be compromise. Then if I refresh that, home goes away. But now we have find, ice, nice, and dog. All right. So now we can get this to be a little more styled maybe. So I wonder if we can still kind of do this chipped view. But first, okay, so we have our table where we're going to then do a class name, and we're using Bootstrap, not Bootstrap, wow, throwback. We're using Tailwind. We're going to, let's just do a border, and we can do, yeah, border violet 400. I don't know if we'll do the text. That's not at all what I wanted. So I don't want a border on the table like that, but can we do width full? Yes, we can. So that's good, and then we can do class name. This is doing stuff that I don't know why it's doing it, but here we go. All right, so we can do BG. No, we'll leave that how it is. We can do text though, and we'll do violet of 950. And really that should actually apply to the whole table. There we go. And then table, I wonder if we do, we can do even, and then we can do a BG of purple 400. So not quite. That probably needs to be added to the body. Boo. All right. Well, what's going on with vowel sounds real quick? There we go. All right, so we have here, we should be able to pass in a class name. So let's go ahead and just stick with what we've got here. So we'll do class name, and then here we'll do string. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm loving a table view of things though. But honestly, I don't know how else it would look, because if we just do a bunch of chips like this, it's going to be harder to see if we just have a bunch of them on the screen compared to a table, which is going to be a lot easier. All right, let's give it a shot. So we'll do last name. So before we do that, we'll do border and then do a border. I don't know why it's doing that, but that's funny to me. All right, so we'll do a border, and then we can do border violet 400, we'll say. And then here we can add a little bit of padding, maybe 4. So not there, we can't. So maybe that is going to be done. Yeah, it should be done here, right? So if we do padding, nope. Padding of 1 rem. It is not that, but I can do it there, I bet. Yes, I can. Oh, and it does it for the whole. Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and do class name, sorry. And then let's just do padding like 2, give it a little bit. And then for the link, we should also do another class name and add a little bit of decoration. Text underline, or maybe it's just underline. And then underline, let's offset it just a hair. Yeah, perfect. All right, so that looks okay. Then we can do text center. Let's see if it is done here. Can I do it here then? Perfect. So then if I do, let's make class name not required, optional, whatever the word is. All right, then can I do width auto instead? It's a little bit better. Then I can do so class name and do something like so definitely not margin. I think it might need to be added to the row. Okay. Let's try padding then. A little bit better. All right, so we'll do px of 4 and then maybe py of like 1 just to give it a little bit of space. Perfect. All right, so I think I'm liking this a little bit better. And then we can get rid of this here. If I do want to keep the pilled view though, maybe instead we come here. And add this to the link, which I think I took the class name. So let's see here. It did. Perfect. So that looks pretty good. I can add probably a little bit of padding on the top now though. Yeah. The text color though should be 950. But the hover I think is fine. 950. And then border 950. All right, so that makes this border also stand out, so we'll do 950 there as well. All right, so rhymes on syllable 1. So here we can do syllable equals 1. Oh, because that's not going to be true. I was going to say it's going to be a perfect rhyme, but that's not really true. Then I got dog. And none of these are going to rhyme. Nothing we have rhymes with dog right now. But we can come here. We can create a new word. Say log. Which definitely rhymes with dog. Refresh. And there's log there. All right. So now let us see if we can do odd. And then we can do BG purple. Okay, yes, that works. But let's go back to compromise. Perfect. So that's not quite what we want, but let's see if 50 works. I kind of want it to be even. Yeah. All right, so we have our first iteration really of what this could look like. Width auto doesn't quite work for me, but maybe we do we'll want to also check and make sure that we get alternative pronunciations in here. A good example, I think did I add this already? I did not. So let's add comfortable, which has two pronunciations. The first one is going to be comfortable, which is going to be, I kind of had to make up this vowel sound because nothing really made sense to me. But comfortable, pull, makes sense to me. And then there's also, or do I have bull? No. All right, so we have which is going to be another sound. And then pull. All right, we hit save there. And then we go to comfortable. And this is going to have two different pronunciations. We have comfortable and then comfortable. So both need to be accounted for, but I'm not quite sure how we're going to put them into the table quite yet. But we'll come back to it. All right. But for now, let's take a look here and see if like width 50 would work. And then maybe do margin auto. No, so definitely not 50. Well, I can try full again. Because honestly, what'll end up happening, I think, is in the word cell, we're going to have a third table, and this is going to be something like alternative. Here we can do alternate pronunciation. And so that'll look fine at a full screen. And then even at smaller screens, I think would be fine. Okay, I think at a certain point that's not going to matter so much. All right. So now let's consider pagination while we're still in the early stages here. So what we'll do is I'm going to open this up a little bit more because I want to be able to log here our search params. So I'm going to go ahead and just do log search. I should be able to do p equals 2, for example. And that looks like it's going to be right. So what we'll do is in our payload find, we can do page is going to be search.p, which I'm going to do as a number, or 1. And then I need to do a limit of, we'll say 3, just so we can see what this looks like. All right, so now I'm getting cannot read properties of undefined pronunciations in last vowel, because I'm only getting one word, not a bunch of words. Oof. Well, that adds a little bit of a complication, doesn't it? Because I'm getting a bunch of words that are all just feeding into one table. All right. Bunch of words, one table. So I'm wondering then, how do I get it to be all of the words in the rhymes and then being able to paginate them? Because I can do this with page 1, no problem, because all of them are on this page anyway. Because all of the words that are being rendered are here. So I would have to do something like client-side pagination, which if that's the case, I would just do the chipped view anyway, because I like this more than I like a table. So how do we do this? Let's think. Think. So we need, for sure, our word, which is here. So this is the actual word. So it makes sense that a page and a limit's not going to make sense here. So then we need to find all the words that rhyme on any syllable of compromise. And I can do that by looping, sure. I wonder if this is a case for a join field. So if I use a join field that can loop through, maybe not a join field. Let's think. So let's take a look, because if I can do in here, then we do something like go to our words, and we can just throw all of this here. It's going to be easier to do it this way. I can do type tabs and just label the first one as word info. Oh wait, no. So sorry. We'll do tabs. And then the first one we can just label as word info, and then fields array there, and then the second tab, which will be our label of rhymes. We can do fields again, and we'll come back to that. But now here, you take this row, relationship array, all of that, and drop it into our word info tab. And then here we've got word info and rhymes. So in rhymes, I'm thinking we can add a new type of field called join, and then do name just rhymes, for example. And then we can do on. Well, let's do our collection. I think I can do word And then I should be able to do a where query where we'll come back to that. Let's just get rid of the error on let's do pronunciations dot last vowel. The config does not have a field pronunciations last vowel. It should. So row relationship pronunciations. So let's okay. So this join field isn't quite going to work, at least pronunciation. Not at least is what I think it's supposed to do. All right, so last vowel. Generate type, see what we get. Still nothing. Pronunciations. Just to see, get this working again. Pronunciations and collection word. The config does not have a field slug in collection word. Here, let's do vowel, and then on vowel sounds. Just again, trying to get something to work here. So it should just be, I guess, value. So any and all of those should have worked. Invalid joined field rhymes. The config does not have a field value in collection vowel. So if I go to vowel, okay, we have collection word, and then we do on. I don't think I need to try it outside of tabs, but invalid join field rhymes. Value and label should be right. Value, label. Oh, my brain is breaking a little bit. It's been breaking though. All right, so let's take a look at our Payload CMS docs. Take a look at our join field. And so I can't imagine why this wouldn't work like I want it to, but maybe I just need to get Oh, it needs to be a relationship field. That's right. All right. Okay, so we can take, okay. Let's see if this actually works. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. Come to vowels. Now here we'll do a join field. So we'll do type. Oh no, not a type. We'll do a relationship. And then here we're going to have type relationship, relation to word, and then I can do name. I can do something like rhymes. And so here, if I go to our relationship field, I can then use a hook before change. So if we do our hooks and then do before change, we can take our async, wrong. Okay, so async, and we'll take our rec payload. I think I'm doing that wrong. Nope, guess not. And then we can await get, or sorry, can return payload dot find on collection word, where I also need data. We have pronunciations dot last vowel is equal to data dot value. And so now we can do, I think, a limit of 0. So I don't know what this is going to do for like performance, but that's something I can worry about later. All right, so if we go to words, and then I can go to our vowels. So I want to set these. Well, there's none there. So I know we have some for, no, it needs to end. So last vowel, we have find. Right. Find. All right, so it says no rhymes. So I've got the rec object for default fields, but I don't have data, so I can't get. So I could do this for like filter options, which is not quite what I want to do. Wait a second. Wait a second. So we can, I think we can take this and put it away. I'm going to comment that because I think what we can do actually is use the join field like I wanted to. And then do relation to word. It's not relation to. Do on word dot pronunciations dot syllables dot vowel sound. Well, sounds. Do collection word and then name. Do rhymes. So maybe we change last vowel to be a relationship field. We can do this on relation to vowel. And then do that same thing, but first let's make sure that this actually works. We go to words. We need to do back here, vowel sounds dot value. Oh, wait. We're returning the value here. Oh, Lord. Okay. Let's log. Oop. Console.log. Dang, man. All right. Wait, so did it not change to a relationship field? Relation, yeah. So that's right. And then untitled ID. And this should be the same, yeah. Thought so. Here, let's see if I can just do a change here. Something went wrong. Okay, go away. Const value equals await. Okay. Let's just log our value then. Hit Save. Something went wrong. Reading some logs here. Okay. So we do need to add res dot. Oh. So that should be right. So can I make changes here and be okay? Something went wrong. Res value. So I need to return this again. Return. Invalid relation. All right, so that's not working like I want it to. And this works perfect, so I shouldn't mess with this too much. So here though, if we want to come back to our leave anyway, come over to our vowel sounds, and then go to something like find. Yeah, I didn't think so. So that brings me, or last vowel, is that what it is? Is word pronunciations last vowel. Does not have a field. Word pronunciations last vowel. I mean, that's definitely there. Pronunciations, last vowel. I don't know, syllables? Pronunciations. I'm really confused. Syllables. Vowel sound. And so that works. Okay. If I create a new word, what does it give me? Nothing. Okay. I feel like I'm tracing nothing right now. Like, I don't think this is going to work. So I think we need to come back to the drawing board on this. Because if anything, I wish that this just put in, maybe I can do this as after change. So now if I change it, maybe not data value. Do something like before change. Yeah, no, it should be data value. Because if we log data dot value, and then do a change, following field is invalid rhymes. So it doesn't give me any kind of log here. Ugh. Pronunciations, last vowel. I guess let's default limit, see what happens. Not default limit, default value. I think I just have to return all the words, honestly. It's not going to be the best way of doing things, I don't think, but I think it's the only way to do this how I have it right now. Because unless I can get all of the words with this value as the last vowel, then I mean that's the only option. So if I create a new relationship field is going to be the only thing to do it. So we can do type relationship, we can do relation to word, then we can do a name of rhymes, and then what we need to do after that is do a hook, and then from here we can do, doesn't really matter what it is, but before change, open up an array, and do an async, get the payload, get rec payload, and then get our data as well. So if I then log payload just to see what I get. Oh, let's do payload and data. So payload's probably not what I should have done though. So let's just return data. I hit save and I get data. And then I'm looking for data value. Go ahead and save again. And I get that as my data value. So I'm going to use that to then query. So I'm going to do our query. We're going to await payload. We're going to